10-10?
I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Why?
I think it's all to try to sell that they had gone to the other side of the map, like trying to confuse them. I'm trying to. I'll be the good cop, you can be the bad cop. Go ahead.
If he used confusion, it worked, but unfortunately, I think it also hit himself. 10-10.
I mean,
apparently is a Pokemon.
Isn't that some Sun Tzu stuff, you know? You don't want to keep your allies confused too, so it doesn't tip the enemy.
I think physical damage is more valuable than psychic damage, but at least in this context.
Well, DH top fragging, by the way, for T1. I would like to give a tip of the cap to the rookie. Oh, Izu. Oh, it's just unfair. He had just gotten ahead, and 10-10 didn't anticipate it.
Shadows traveling.
Now Izu has his ult. Make matters worse. A couple Guardians, couple Vandals available for ZETA. Try to turn something around, but Buzz just holding with this op. A little bit of noise being made there by Clues, but this should allow T1. He's not really hearing or seeing much else off the back of that. Kind of lean into the other side of the map, and that's exactly what they're doing. Clues doing his best to create attention, grabbing an orb, but DH in trouble maybe.
And he is. Sugar Zero. Missile clear. Get back to parity where possible. Depth. Flushes out the enemy fade. Now the push coming in. Cutting through mid into B. Quick on their heels is going to be Meteor. Push out of the smoke though, and Izu able to find one. Depth does note that flank coming in. This Buzz now dropped. This leaves Izu all to his own devices. Flushed out down to 1 HP and killed off. Big round here from Sugar Zero. Keeps ZETA in this.
It's also really good stuff from Depp in terms of remembering what happened the last time they tried that three-man push up mid a little bit later into the round, that there was a player right behind them pretty quickly. And he instantly turned once he's like, oh yeah, my toxic screen dropping. I'd better check stairs. And he nails the timing. I mean, Stax thought he was going to be able to slide in behind him, and Depp was having none of it. So for what it's worth, that's good stuff from ZETA. Like, good map awareness there. Able to win one of those challenges out through mid. So now you got to get 5 more in a row just to get to OT. Seems challenging, but
certainly does.
Got some ults. Got the pit, you got the Hunter's Fury.
Stax has a Nightfall. He's going to use it in a retake, but actually he's going to find an immense amount of value just right here. Trail's getting a good amount of information. T1 very quickly justifying having 4 players stacked up on this A side of the map.
Yeah, you know Depp's in that corner, so trying to spray for him crossing. Didn't get it to go. T1 going to be a little bit more cautious, especially with this dimensional drift.
Good read. Flying Paranoia going to be sent into the corner. Izu sending it out, exiting. Shorty connecting. Clue's going to be taken down. Spike now there on the floor. They're going to try to flush him out. The swing into the corner, and Meteor doesn't care about your clone. Sprays right through. Finds 2 as Depp. It's very much the same. 2 quick kills. Buzz on the approach. The operator in hand, the headhunter. 1 bullet would take it down. Depp tapping, trying to catch him here with knife in hand, and Depp plays it beautifully. 4K Red Bull clutch. ZETA, 4 rounds left to go. Ults not needed.
It just never gets old. Depp is so damn good. This is crazy good stuff from Izu in this round as well. The timing with him and Meteor. Izu actually, the recon dart is coming out, and he tucks right into that little corner that the toxic screen creates, just in around the corner of mid-stairs. So the recon doesn't scan him. ZETA doesn't read that he could have done that, and that's when him and Meteor spring that trap. Really well thought out, but Depp just outplays them all. Man's a menace.
Paranoia trying to slow up the approach here. DH repositioning. Is Clone, not gonna be shot at. Okay, TH, snap back to this guy. Just like that, round after round. Every time it feels like ZETA start getting the momentum going here in their favor. It all ends up on Depp's shoulders. Swooping, looking for it, but there's just gonna be too many targets. A counter swing from Stacks will shut it down, not allow for any more heroics to come through. Decent little rally back attempt from the side of ZETA Division, making this competitive, but ultimately it's gonna be T1 finding a win here on ZETA's map pick of Corrode.
Yeah, and I think for T1 here, you've got some really nice stuff going for you in this match. Obviously, some pretty good macro reads. A few times you get outplayed by Depp. Sugar Zero had some nice moments, but really, I think the really nice indicator that things are starting to go well for you as a team is Izu really popped off. He struggled on this map last time, and he was the top fragger.
They even struggled at the start of this match.
Yes,
Wasn't really finding that much value in that first half, but very much started finding his footing. It felt like after ZETA called a timeout, around, what, round 8, round 9?
Yeah,
when Izu really started leveling up, and like you said, he does end up pretty much topping the leaderboard. Depp, the only one that ends up out-fragging him overall. So in the end, very nicely done here from Izu and the rest of T1. ZETA Division, know those signs of life are there, but now we have to see how they look on Sunset. Because when I think about ZETA playing that map, I'm thinking about Depp playing Phoenix.
Yeah.
So.
Can somebody grab Laz and throw him on the chamber for Sunset?
Could be. Something tells me it's going to be 10-10 back to Neon.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think we're going to see Neon be Neon. That's my assumption. We did get a sneak peek at Sunset for T1 during an off-season event, so they are probably going to run double duelist, probably going to be Izu on Yoru, probably Buzz on Neon, but they might change it up because of how good the chamber's been for them, how efficient Buzz has been with that agent. So we could see actually a bit of a change up in their department. I mean, no idea what we're going to see out of ZETA. Maybe Depp on chamber? Right, he can play anything and I'm fine with it. He's honestly just that good.
I'd very much allow it. Though if we can get the brothers head-to-head on chamber, that would be pretty sick.
That would be cool.
Send Depp back on Neon.
Yeah.
And then have 10-10 and Meteor face off on chamber.
I'm about it.
That'd be a great gentleman's agreement. Just, you know, quick little chat in the back room, you know. Say like, all right, we're gonna do this for the fun of it. Go out on stage and give everybody a show. I think that would be absolutely sick.
As Baby Bay would say, that'd be some real Smeek gaming, and I'm all about it. Let's go.
Map 1 done and dusted. The T1 fans there at the Inspire Arena. Certainly going to be feeling good about the performance. Now we get ready to go into T1's pick of Sunset, but for now we'll send it back over to the analyst desk to break down all of the action on Corrode.
Hey, we're Pacific. We have been smeeking since the very beginning. You know, Baby Bay just put a name on it, okay?
True.
That is our style since the very beginning. But while the casters put in the requests for what is going to be the next map, we look at Corrode here, and I'd say for ZETA Division, this was quite an impressive showing. But of course, T1, we mentioned earlier about them being able to just brute force their way through everything, and we saw that through some stellar plays from each and every one of the players on the squad.
Yeah, there were signs of life for ZETA Division, but T1 clearly much more composed on this map. Everybody apart from Stacks there really throwing up the numbers. I mean, Izu is the one topping that scoreboard, but we've got to shout out DH. He put in a rock-solid performance, Meteor rock-solid, and Buzz got the ball rolling a little bit late, but he did show up. On the side of ZETA Division, it's only really Depp that we can talk about as, you know, being present.
That clutch was clean.
That was clean.
You know what?
Good.
I'm like, oh man. Depp on DFM though, that would be gas.
Wow.
You could never take this guy off ZETA, I swear to God. They will never sell
They
Depp.
won't sell
this
the
guy
DFM.
is way too good. T1 though, I mean, very well-rounded performance. Totally agree. I think another impressive game from DH on the Omen. He seems to have a very good grasp of how to play this agent. Positionally, he's quite solid. He had a couple of interesting TPs as well. On the entry into one of the sites, he was TPing past the Deadlock utility in combination with the Yoru clone. He was TPing up on the mid box as well, kind of Ascent-esque, to be able to get like a bit of a height advantage and maybe try to get a pick down into middle. That was quite a nice move, and he had a lot of really good site lockdowns where he's either TPing into the close corners or just being able to positionally play quite well. A couple of nice multi-frags there, which is not surprising because he's got 2 bloody coaches who can tell him how to play this role and have already played Roman on this team.
One on each shoulder, right? You
Yeah.
have Carpe over here, you have Silva on the other, which we did see them join in for the huddle, right?
Yeah,
they are still there and lending their support to the team. But I love this for him because he's able to stand up to all of the pressure that was on his shoulders, right?
He was enjoying himself. Some of the reactions, he was loving it.
For sure. We're seeing some highlights here from the side of T1, and I think you guys really want to highlight this composition really working for the team.
I love this. Honestly, Fade Yoru, it's already a favorite combo of mine, but look at the way that they brute force map control here. Every time that ZETA is trying to cut down the numbers or contest some of these mains, it's Prowlers, it's Yoru flashes. It's really good at breaking through these chokes with both the clone, the Prowlers, and the Yoru flash. You can see in this particular round, the op gets pushed off the line multiple times, but even if you need to break out of some of these chokes or there's a disruptive smoke down in one of these chokes, you can just Prowler and flash through it, and it's impossible to defend.
Yeah, not to mention it's really solid against that deadlock. You send the clone forward and it can trigger all of those sensors there. I mean, I just think there's a lot to like. I think this is kind of the way these compositions will trend moving forward.
Yeah, 100%. Another Prowler as well as the Yoru flash and able to get your hands on the orb there. Meteor, though, another fantastic performance on that Astra for the most part. And 1010 had a couple of moments as well this game.
Yeah, they both came to play today. They both know what's at stake here. And you know, I think 1010 in particular did start really quite strong. I was feeling really optimistic for him. This duel was my favorite between him and Meteor. Both whipping a little bit, but hey, you know, it's all good. It's all good.
Do you think there was a little bit of the hesitation because like, oh no, it's you, my brother?
Yeah, you really have to see him.
You saw the Astra outline and you were immediately like, I can't
no,
do it.
No, Hyung, I can't.
Whiffed subconsciously. Izu, a couple of whiffages early on in the game, and then once he moved over onto that defense in the later part of the attack, he really started turning it up. He's just a player that can just pop off. He can be quiet for a little while, and then he can just explode in a couple of rounds. And once he starts building that momentum, he just starts putting these multi-frags together round after round after round. This was another one of these games from him. And in this current T1 team, I mean, he kind of is the primary duelist. Like, you're seeing Buzz flex around a little bit. Izu's played nothing but duelist. He's on the Neon and the Yoru every game. He's loving these movement agents right now.
You know, ever since Masters Bangkok, because he had an amazing performance then, especially in the grand finals, right? You really see Izu becoming more and more confident and really becoming more and more that player that can actually steamroll, right? You have the majority of the T1 players being able to actually be this very momentum-heavy kind of player. Yeah. They just need one round to be able to take the entire map or the entire series sometimes, and they all are players that can do that. DH is working on it, but it's nice that he's on that stage today to be able to train that, to be able to build that. On the side of ZETA Division, though, as we're heading into our second map, I'm not sure if I really see that from a player, from any other players other than Depp. So.
Yeah, I mean, as we head towards Sunset, we don't know what to expect. Right?
Yeah.
You know, as the casters pointed out,
well,
T1...
they wanted Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I wouldn't say no, but from ZETA Division, we have no idea. T1 did play it in an off-season with that double duelist, so it's about, do we really feel like they're going to stick with that, or do we think there's going to be some kind of change?
They could definitely stick with it. I wouldn't hate it, to be honest. Over on the side of ZETA, they seem to be loving the deadlock at the moment. I really wouldn't be surprised if they're going to play like Cypher deadlock or something on this map, or even a solo deadlock with 1010's definitely going to be on the Neon. I could see Depp again on the Viper. I could see them playing that Viper deadlock comp that you've seen from Talon as well as TFM in the game literally yesterday. I definitely see ZETA playing that.
I'm seeing Depp on Viper for sure. I think when you look at how they were using their Viper wall over in Corrode, it's for B main control. The modern way of playing Viper on Sunset is you have that wall for B main control, so wouldn't surprise me if a lot of that translates across. But I kind of want to see Buzz on the Chamber. I think Chamber can work on Sunset these days. I think there's a lot of good TPs. I think that's why he naturally fits.
Have you seen any like other regions playing that though? I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen a lot of it, but I do think it's possible. I think if there's one team that would push to make it work, it would be T1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could happen. It's quite poetic that then they use that against ZETA for, especially since ZETA, you know, making that main part of their composition for so long, especially on an iconic player like Laz.
I just know Laz is sat in the crowd going, no, that's a bad TP spot. I wouldn't put that there
This
personally.
Buzz guy is just staring at a Viper wall all of the time. Like, this guy's got no idea what he's doing.
But Laz has said that, like, even I wouldn't recommend the chamber. And that's from Laz himself. But hey, I'm pretty sure he is enjoying what he's seeing right now. Again, it wasn't a bad showing from Zeta Division on Corrode. It was quite impressive, and this is still T1 that they're up against, and they were still able to bring the scoreline quite close. We are going over to Sunset. I'm feeling like 10-10 might feel a little bit more comfortable on this, but we'll have to see. Again, as his brother said, he's no buzz.
I mean, Sunset is T1's pick here, and we know that this was floated as map 3 in both of their series before this, so clearly they've had this prepared for some time. They feel comfortable here. I think it gets a little bit harder for Zeta Division here.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what T1 are going to be bringing into this one. As mentioned before, they have previously played this where they've had a really good attacking side in between stages on Sunset, where they went up 9-3 playing Talon on that map. So we'll see what T1 do put together here if they are going to stick with this double duelist. And over on the side of Zeta, I mean, yeah, like I said, 10-10 is what I expect on the Neon. I expect them to play something pretty standard. I don't think anything crazy is going to be coming out here from Zeta Division.
I mean, they seem to be following a very similar formula for a lot of their compositions, right? They're getting that Viper in everywhere. They play clues on this Sova a lot. I mean, I think the composition does kind of make itself. I would really love to see them bring a change, though. I mean, I feel like we keep saying this for Zeta Division.
Are you saying we'll probably never get that double duel?
I want Depp on the Phoenix. Now's the time.
It's not the style that they've been bringing, honestly.
No,
but
you're
they
right.
are. They are starting attack. I just don't think they're going to play double duelists, like you know, especially not on this map.
Come on, man, you can do it.
I have bad memories of playing Chinese teams playing Phoenix on this map in practice.
It's
What's
good.
his name again? Ati?
Yeah.
Is his name Ati?
Oh, the little Phoenix?
Yeah,
Mascot.
the little Phoenix.
Well,
There he
it's
is.
not little, it's massive. Look at that. It's the size of the stage.
He's so cute.
Someone's been overfeeding him.
He's so cute. I mean, he's on T1. Of course, they're gonna feed the little Phoenix so much.
He's eating good.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
What are we talking about?
I got distracted with the cute Phoenix on the side of T1.
Yeah.
Of course, on the stage, we're seeing. We were saying how intimidating this stage looks, especially for Zeta Division.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel bad for them. I feel like they're being offered up as a sacrifice for T1's fans' enjoyment right now. Like, they got the winless team in the league.
and
coming up against
everything's in red, right? But you know, we're bringing up the agent composition right now. Again, no surprises much on the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Seeing double duelists from T1.
Yeah, T1, they're sticking to what's been working for them onto the double duelist. You'll see them play this exact same comp on the next map if we even make it there. This is the same as their Haven comp, a very bursty comp. You're going to see a lot of fast A's where they're just coming through the fast lane with the Yoru flashes and just getting on in there and get work done.
Yeah, it's going to be aggressive on the side of Zeta Division. Is more or less what we would expect. Depp staying on that Viper, where he has grown to become more confident. 10-10 on that Neon. Clues on the... Wait, apologies.
Cypher.
Clues on the Cypher,
Yeah, they're not playing Deadlock this map. I wouldn't mind seeing them play the Deadlock. They have opted to start attack, though, and they don't have a super fast comp, so you're going to have to see them be able to actually read the rotations well. And look, I think, you know, someone's having a good time over there in the crowd, you know. For Zeta. So hopefully they can,
He's here!
they can be excited about
I mean,
that.
excited for him. I love that for him, and I love this for us. We are going over to Sunset. We're going to pass it back to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Well, wish I had a cast. But we have a cast instead.
That's
so,
right.
Let's get ready to go into this one. Izu, not going to be playing the Yoru. Just trading hands here with Buzz, who looks like maybe we'll have a bit more familiarity with the setups on Sunset. So, Zeta first on this attack. 10-10 going to the Neon as we anticipated. How's it going to look is the question. Zeta needing to try to rally back and take this to 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question here is, you know, how much value can you find on the Viper on Sunset? Obviously, it is an agent that some teams do like to run. Quick trade there. Clues goes down. Izu gonna grab him. So you also lose Buzz.
Not gonna have to worry about, okay, I was gonna say Cam in the post plant, nor the trips, but 10-10 with a nice headshot.
Spike planted.
Just find Izu, and that's gonna be Zeta in with the spike plant and a player advantage. See what the retake looks like here for T1. Paranoia at the ready from Sugar Zero. Stacks swinging in, finding one, gets a quick peek. Tries to get out, XDL pushing forward, however, nearly has him lined up, but it's gonna be Stacks coming away with a second kill. Now DH on the approach. Recon flying, headshot connecting. 10-10, pinged out. And DH continues to excel. Another pistol here for the side of T1. As this rookie seems like he is very much ready for the big stage.
Yeah, no kidding. He is thriving today. Stacks as well, showing up huge. That recon just catching 10-10, but really it's the shooting from Stacks. I thought this looked really nice for ZETA for a second, but Stacks gets depth. That's a toxic screen there that would have cut off all of A site. Just down quick. 10-10 trying to sneak through, but Stacks not having any of it. Now you got a bunch of Bulldogs. Stacks gonna stick with the Ghost. Bank up a little bit extra cash there. And it's one Sheriff. That's for 10-10 on that Neon. He just ran through the corner playing anti-flash over at A main. Expecting that maybe Buzz was gonna be throwing a fast one there, but instead. Oh, okay. Good trade.
Trade, but weapon's not going to be collectible. Buzz, if he does go down, that could be a Bulldog that they're able to find. Toxic screen up, about to drop. Buzz into the open, a great headshot from Deb. Still have to get across Meteor's sights, which they're able to do, and oh my god, ZETA is hitting damn near every single shot. Stacks able to fire one. Regen shield will come through here for him, but this is a monstrous turnaround from ZETA Division with just a Sheriff behind this.
And now you're calling upon Stacks and DH again to clutch this out. Stacks just got he saw Sugar Zero's feet, but Sugar Zero able to get a little bit of damage in.
Finds a shot on the clues. XTL low. DH on the approach. Paranoia sent, clears the first corner, and gets timinged! Trying to set up a smoke, and now it's all in the Stacks, and he cannot make it happen. XCL finds a 4K, and ZETA pull off the eco win to tie things 1-1.
Wow. I mean, this is crazy good stuff from them. Able to recover from a winnable pistol round that they tossed a little bit, and instead they're able to get these classics. Oh my god, XDL, that is nasty stuff. Headshots into body shots. No problem. That is insanely clean. And now it's an eco for T1. A couple goes. The Sheriff for Izu. He does a little bit of peeking. Get some info there. Kind of finding the larger stack of ZETA. Question is, how much did he see? Paranoia out. It's going to keep ZETA just a little bit behind. They are going to use that drone pretty quickly. See Meteor making his way over. That's just DH gone.
He's been one of the raid bosses so far. So getting rid of him is going to be a very positive sign for him to slide in. And very quickly, all of T1 just get dispatched. Looking for a flawless Buzz, just a classic. Now going to be noted by the tripwire. As Clues swinging back through the spawn. Not going to be able to meet with him, but it's going to be a double face from top mid to go ahead and secure the flawless and the lead for ZETA.
Wow. And XDL is going to have his Hunter's Fury coming into what is effectively their bonus. They're going to have full rifles. This is really clean with a Vandal there in the hands of 10-10. Anticipating the push out from Meteor, shut down quickly. 10-10 there to deal with Buzz. So great start. A map that these two teams have been shying away from. Buzz is going to have the operator though. Quick Paranoia. 10-10 pretty far ahead though. Ooh.
Sean not connecting the slide forward. Izu eventually able to stabilize. Hunter's Fury now going to be opened up. Just fishing for any kind of tags that he can get. Clues with a very nice lurk though. Up in towards the spawn. Catches Meteor off guard. Comes away with a kill. Swing in from DH though. Snappy. Finds one. And what?
Spike down A.
Whoa.
So quick to find it. XTL now on the floor. That's a two-player advantage here for T1 as they look to tie things up. DH continuing the instant tap into the spray down. This guy.
Wow.
I mean, from his debut was looking rough, but as soon as he got into VCT proper, here on the big stage, now on an even bigger one at the Inspire Arena, he's just been electric. Sure, dies, But he's killed everybody else basically in this one.
Tripwire destroyed.
I mean, he's won the round, most likely.
This Clues goes crazy. Operator doesn't get shut down. It's a good kill, good clear. They're all online for the next round, but Op's going to be just scooped up by Izu, carried forward, and T1 tied up 2-2.
What do you do against that? I mean, this is filthy stuff. Nice hold there.
This one.
This one right here is...
Whew.
Stops just in time, right on the head. That's a really nice mechanics. So Stack's gonna have a Guardian, does have a Hunter's Fury.
It's all those kills, dies, and then tells his teammate, great job, now get the op. It's everything you could possibly want.
When did XDL use his Hunter's Fury?
Just in that previous round.
Okay.
He was sending it, trying to escort 10-10 in, he dies, and then couldn't find any further tags.
I was just so in awe of DH. I was just lost in the sauce.
Reveal onto the Cypher, not necessarily going to be telling the full story, but now you start hearing, I believe, a bit of movement in the spot out, DH. Up and over the top, playing the 10 spot. Comes away with the kill. Let's get traded out. Clues continuing to fire. Now all alone. Will just eventually get hounded down as Izu slides in for a third. Dep with everything to do. Stacks on the opposite side, about to find a timing. And it's damn near flawless from them. T1 regain the lead.
Yeah, that's really good zone control by T1. You give up just a little bit of space at the front of B site to make ZETA think that they're going to be able to at least get through and get the plant. Because of DH's position, he shuts down the entry, and by that point, XDL and Clues are already committed. And that just opens things up for Izu on the Neon to find those two players and deal with the problem, and Depp was trying to make his way into market.
They're the lead, and Buzz and Meteor have had zero involvement, basically.
Yeah.
Timeout's going to be called. But, I mean, they're both they both died in pretty much every round. There was 0 kills, 0 assists.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
Hard to believe that you would be saying something like that and be like, yeah, it's fine.
And it's still a 3-2 after losing the anti-eco. Odd situation to find ourselves in.
Oh, it's just kind of a special day, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so.
There's another early timeout here, much earlier than the last one for ZETA. You know, it looked so good there, able to get that eco win. Yeah, they were doing a great job of creating a lot of pressure through mid, up towards mid top, breaking through the back lines of T1. And now you try a couple more brute force attacks, and that's where T1's been thriving. So I think probably talking about maybe trying to create a little bit more map control. You know, went for a fast hit there, tried to get 10-10 accelerated, and DH was just in the perfect spot to deal with it. So let's see what they want to do coming into this. Stax will be there to greet this with his recon. I would imagine you're going to either have a plan for DH's spot, try something a little bit different. So it's the fast lane to make sure that 10-10 can get by.
Oh, well, raid boss down. Push forward, 10-10, trying to scale, find a timing. He's able to find another kill, takes down his older brother. Meteor once again not being allowed to play the game.
Spike planted.
Now you got an op and two rifles here as T1.
See if Buzz can find some involvement. Try to clear the way, but no, he's just going to be struck down. Stack's dead. Well, that's going to be ZETA with a very nice timeout call this time around. Keep us tied at 3-3.
Yeah, all it really took there was just a couple little adjustments in the util for 10-10 to make sure that he's going to be able to clear all the way to backside efficiently. Sugar Zero is going to be the one asked to deal with DH's spot. Good read by them, just assuming that DH was going to try it again. And that's just little micro things that work out very, very nicely. Still enough here for T1 to put together a pretty strong buy. Still going to have an operator for Buzz. 10-10. Yeah,
How has it mattered?
yeah.
There's this operator. I mean, they've just been either playing away from him, the rest of the team has just been killing everybody before he can really get involved.
A lot of info there, though, for Stax.
And it is. Good spot out. ZETA looking to rotate or at least cut some noise. A little bit of a late linger there from XDL.
I think the adjustment here for T1 was to try to force this over towards that operator. Now you're going to put the gate crash through for Buzz, so see if you can find the one and done.
Okay, finds the first. And it gets the done aspect as well. Now looks to re-peek. In towards alley. Clues around the corner, the jump peek spot. And nobody's going to be on this. Cam. Ooh, it actually hits him right there into the elbow. Dimensional drift going to go through. Buzz just looking to escape. TP across. DH arriving here. As Izu trying to hound down this enemy Neon, but 10-10 sliding forward. The overdrive is able to find it. Buzz now in around the back. Peeks. Spike left on the floor. Clues having to try to push back into this one. Joins it alongside XDL. Able to take down the enemy Yor, but Meteor now as well, getting himself involved and on the board. Finds 2 quick kills. XDL. Last one standing. Then Stax arrives here from Street. Go ahead and put him down to re-secure the lead for T1.
Yeah, this went very well according to plan here for Stax and T1. A nice adjustment round to round. Throw out that util a little bit later. Make it a lot harder to get that quick hit on towards B. Force them over to Buzz's side, and he has some great reactions prepared. You know, overdrive gets ripped. He's got the dimensional drift in the back pocket to keep himself safe a little bit longer. Catches the spike in the back, then Meteor arrives. Gets some value out of the Cypher util. And able to get 2 with the Bulldog. Him and Stax combined for that final one. Oh, this is cute.
Yeah, Izu just scaling forward, off angle compared to where he has been playing, and he's going to re-aggress for even more. Just find XDL. Depp only good for the 1. Now down to 8. Good for a second. Scoops up the Stinger. There's Stax now. Trying to isolate here, divide and conquer, but it's going to be Depp re-swinging, and Meteor, oh, just catching a stray shot there on the Depp. It just didn't have nearly enough HP to try to survive. Narrow margin still. It's decent damage, decent effort here from the side of ZETA Division, but they cannot get that round win, so T1 stretches the lead ever so slightly.
Yeah, just little repositionings and a good combo play between Stax and Izu there initially. Nice read by Depp, pre-firing a little bit on the re-peek. 8 HP, and therefore that last bullet gets him through the box. Looking at that op, it's going to be heading in towards mid. A lot of players stacked up here at B main again. I'm going to try to dig into this well, but look at the change in the Cypher util. It's out on the fringes.
Some damage suffered there. As there's the reveal, Buzz able to find the shot. Sugar Zero trading it back, putting the operator down onto the floor. The push forward from Meteor is far too much, far too overzealous. As he ends up getting caught. Pit now try to escort them forward here for the plant. Spike still back into the corner. Stax pushing. If he lingered, he might have actually been able to have an angle as the drone going to be coming through. Tucks into the pit. Stax plays it beautifully. And he's able to slide back into safety. Sugar Zero, however, still firing. Finds himself a third. Izu dead. It's a player advantage, but there's smoke here in their face. 50 seconds remaining, though, so ZETA, they can pretty much play this whichever way they want to, and it seems like T1 are anticipating maybe a rotate.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Question is, does ZETA actually commit to it? Seems like they are. DH. No. Cut of the noise. A quick peek in towards tiles. Nothing seen.
Oh, they read that really nicely to ZETA. They knew that the drone hadn't been used by Stax yet, and they anticipated it and just waited it out. Stax is going to be looking for that recon, though, from XDL. That should be the confirmation.
DH needing to make a go of this one, but Stax, snappy with the first, brings it back into parity, 2v2. Shock darts at the ready, sends the recon. That's going to be cleared. Now he knows where both players' position roughly is going to be. You get to the corner, some more damage going to be suffered there as Clues just trying to whittle away at this Sova. Paranoia going across, connecting on to both. No, Clues actually on skates by it. Swoop forward and DH. A glimpse is enough. Finds the kills. Once again, it's T1 coming out on top. by very narrow margins.
It's a great back and forth in this round in terms of trying to outguess each other with the util, but it's just Stacks a little bit better on the Sova, you know, just kind of reading the situation.
He's 12-5 and 5.
Yeah, well, he's playing out of his mind, but it's the reads that he makes there. Dodges the drone, dodges the recon, able to get the kill, patient enough to wait for that paranoia to get DH back over. Just trying to buy time the whole way through. And I like the read from ZETA to wait out Stax' drone as well, to go back in towards B. I mean, good ideas back and forth. It's just Stax was just better.
Yeah.
That's all there is to that.
Maybe Stax is just one of these players, his ability and his game mechanics just, as Buzz going to be taken down. Great little rundown here from Dap. Does eat an immense amount of damage, and he's going to die next to XTL Shock Dart. That's a little bit of an oopsie, but they're looking to make up for it. As Meteor now dead, overdrive popped, Izu lost in the sauce, doesn't know where the hell he's looking, slides around the backside of market, finding one, finding two, Spike now on the floor, spots out the last player and will massacre them. That's a very weird round, but T1 get up 7-3.
What were you going to say about Stacks? I genuinely wanted to hear your opinion.
Well, now that chaos is over, I was going to say maybe he's one of these players that just, his game mechanics and his ability scale with audience size.
Oh, I think so.
You know,
he loves it.
Yeah.
He thrives on it.
I mean, we saw the walkouts from him.
Yeah. He loves to work the crowd. I mean, you saw it at Bangkok. You're seeing it here today. It is.
And there's going to be somebody in the chat going, well, there's not that many people in the audience. Look at the shot. There's a ton of people behind the camera that's facing the stairs.
Yeah, that venue holds a lot of people.
Because that's the T1 fan zone. Is where they walked up, and the camera is positioned above them.
Yeah, I can't remember what the exact capacity is for Inspire, but it's more than 10,000.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I think it's like 14,000.
Yeah, and they pretty much have all of the seats in. Depth, though, in the top mid, loses his life. Clues striking, however, has himself a real opportunity, but Izu finds the headshot, surviving with 30. Buzz, swing in, spotting one, quick exit over to the side. Still going to be dazed up a little bit, but 10-10 does not push the corner. It doesn't read the reposition at all. Bounds into the open, dies. Meteor now on the lurk, dropping down. Cage will fall, instant headshot as they basically line up. 2 kills going to be collected, T1 getting up to 8.
Yeah, now they're just starting to react really quickly to what ZETA's trying to do. You know, ZETA's actually been pushing the pace a bit here on this attacker side, trying to rely on that neon of 10-10 to, you know, kind of break things open, keep T1 a little bit off balance, but T1 very happy to play that game. That is a sick shot from Buzz, even though he can't readjust for the second. Meteor gets the dink, anticipates the re-swing from XDL, deals with it nicely. Now Buzz can go for the Outlaw. Looking at the economy of his opponents here going into the last round of the half. Only one full armor actually going to be bought. And that's 10-10 with a stinger. He's not anywhere close to an overdrive, so you wouldn't expect that that's going to come into play. Usually, that being said, there are ways, there are worlds where you can get 3, grab a couple orbs, put the spike down. You never know. But Buzz going to be using that Outlaw over at A. And they're going to rely on him in the Cypher util. Kind of lock all this down. Sends out gate crash on a timing. Like the patience here from Buzz. Oh no.
Once again, this time not able to escape. It's a good kill from Dep. 10-10 down, 2-10. Slide forward, Izu. Finding aforementioned Dep.
Dude.
It's starting to get a little chaotic.
It's a great call in the economy.
It's getting a little bit muddy, but Stacks in around the back here at Tiles, finding one. 10-10 realizing I just can't really try to go for this swing. Oh, TH hitting a transfer. Once again, a glimpse is more than enough for this guy. As I don't think he's going to be ready for this one, though. 10-10 does strike. The 10-10 at 10, needing to recover the spike, will fall to Stacks' hands. 9-3, T1 finding a hell of a lot of stability here in this first half. ZETA call timeout, win a round, and then T1 goes in a 6-round win streak.
I mean, I'm seeing decent macro ideas from ZETA, which is something that they've been lacking at times in this stage, if I'm being honest. So I mean, again, the full buy armor onto 10-10, like they're anticipating that there's going to be that outlaw there. They're going to throw him out there. Buzz actually hits the shot. Meteor gets, or excuse me, 10-10, he's his brother. 10-10 gets down to 10 HP, so that gives them at least hope, gives them an opportunity to get into that site. But again,
this is the crowd that I was talking. These are the ones behind the,
yeah,
you know, where the camera's situated.
There'd be some fans there.
It's a lot more filled in than you guys might think. And obviously, people are just going to troll no matter what.
Well, and yeah, this is just why I don't read much chat or comments.
You don't even have to. You just know what they're going to do.
Well, that's fair.
You know that they're going to say it. You know that it's like, you know, I know that Slicky's going to write like, okay, there's many chances, chat. This is going to be a thing that he writes down on the screen. You get a read eventually. I know that Chopra's got an RQ jersey.
Fair. What about the lights? Do you want one of the lights? Are you
These ones?
Like the fan ones? Yeah.
I had it.
Oh yeah, you went yesterday. That's right.
Yeah, so I was there yesterday. So I did get a goodie bag, but whatever. I'm not encouraging it. I went in. There's a casino there. I went to the casino. And one of the women that was working there is a huge T1 fan, so I actually said like, "Oh, do you want this?"
Oh, that's nice.
Because she said she couldn't actually go to the event because she was working.
Yeah.
So couldn't make it there during the weekend. So I was like, "Well, I can kind of get this stuff whenever."
Yeah.
So here you go.
That's good guy, Achilleos.
Don't gamble.
I think that's the first time I've ever said that in my life.
Cheers.
You're welcome. Clues. Exploration off this toxic screen. I think DH has got the read, maybe. Whoa!
Oh my God, the transfer. Clues to be able to find the two. Meteor now trying to tuck back. Relay bolt not going to connect. This here we go. Brother v brother once again. 10-10. Trying to stand, but there's a little bit of help here from his friend. Sugar Zero beats up the older brother of his teammate.
Really good bait and switch, too.
Stacks swinging, trying to go for the wide swing. They'll find a headshot, but nothing more. ZETA Division, they keep it tied on pistols 2-2.
Well, the last time it was an eco win for ZETA. Can T1 replicate? I don't know. This is nasty stuff from Clues. I mean, DH, I think, had a pretty good idea that was going to be the play, and Clues was just better. And had a crazy good swing. I mean, the pistol's looking pretty solid overall today for ZETA. Like, they've either been, it's been really close in every single one.
Yeah.
Or they win them. So, credit where credit's due. The work there looking good, but they got so much more they have to accomplish, and that does not bode well.
I was going to say, it's the same setup. It's just 4 classics with a sheriff in hand, and Meteor finds his little brother, Izu.
He got lit up.
Slowed up, yeah, he is. An immense amount of damage, and Clues eventually able to trade this one back. Depth with a nice scale forward through the cage. Tension getting turned in multiple directions, but Depth is continuing to find these huge rounds. And in the end, it's only 10-10 as a casualty. The weapon's going to be carried over. ZETA Division not allowing for T1 to wiggle their way back into this one. They start the half off exactly the way they need to.
Yeah.
That's going to be an op online very early.
No kidding. That's a round 3 op. That's some Paper X something stuff.
Need to be confident and need to be hitting these shots. Sorry, fares though, but Depth, god damn, that was very clean from him.
He is. He always delivers, it feels like, no matter what. I mean, he has a few bad, maps here and there, and had to change roles this year. Had a little bit of a struggle, but doesn't take him long. He is just gifted at games. Always has been. And I dread the day that he retires.
I'm sure plenty do. And he is going to continue with that dominance, finding an early kill. Player advantage now here for ZETA as they look to try to convert the bonus, but quickly traded back. DH able to find Sugar Zero here on the entry. This comes him out of market, but does eat a good amount of damage in the exchange.
How much util for this post plant, though?
Well, there's not. With Clues falling, XCL dead, and this operator eventually you're going to have to consider the save, the peak, the kill on the 1, but now up on the floor. Depth will join 10-5. T1 not going to allow for that bonus to get converted.
Yeah. Still a fair amount of money, though, for ZETA, so even with that op being bought up,
Here.
they're going to have enough to mostly get what they need other than 10-10, it looks like. He's going to have to rely on, I don't know what. He had a Sheriff, but then changed back, so maybe thinking about a Stinger or something. Kind of curious what he wants to go for. A nice first kill there for DH again. Outdueling Sugar 0. Stacks Izu 16 kills apiece. Clues having a nice map on the Cypher. Spot there. That's going to be a little bit of a backpedal for XDL. Stacks doesn't see much, so you feel like you could get this plant pretty quickly, and that's a nice play off the trip.
Yeah, can't be walking into that. 10-10 traded out. Buzz quickly bounding forward, but Spike's still going to be dropped. That tripwire's still there. T1, it's an odd situation where they're in the site. They don't have the spike in hand, and now the flank has been red. Meteor dead, and T1 have to fight their way back out of A. Because Izu now collects the spike, but everybody else is dead. Smoke drops. He'll fall, finds one more. And things get very chaotic very quickly. And ZETA are able to profit off of that.
Yeah, it's just a great round where you lure T1 into a false sense of security, where you think that you're going to be able to get through A successfully, but there's all this Cypher util. It gets you that first kill, and they're so quick to scale off of that. Our ZETA, where they're just, oh, spike's down. Okay, go, go, go. Get into A link, get into A main. Let's shut this out. Depp again, so good on the flanks. Saw it a little bit on Corrode. That's another nice one. Paranoia slowing T1 down here. 10-10 though. Gets pinged out.
Chase forward. Free fire on the angle. DH. Dead now. I was going to say, takes plenty of damage. Meteor able to find one. Buzz with another. 3v3. Hero theft coming through. Getting the ping reveal onto everybody on ZETA. Holds them at bay for now as the spike is able to get planted. Buzz now forward. Dimensional drift spots all three on the approach. Just a shock dart here. As far as the util is concerned, to try to get past this fast lane, and Buzz is going to be run down. 10-10 sliding forward, able to find it. Stacks with one. Brings it to a 2v2. Meteor trying to find his little brother once again. He's held back. Both players so damn low. 65 health between the two of them. 10-10 looking for the kill. The timing, however, Stacks plays it gorgeously on the site. Picks up a 3K and another round win. T1 2 away from getting a 2-0.
Yeah, this is really good stuff for T1 in terms of just getting those trades quickly. It looked like maybe the round was going to crumble. But you're able to break things open in elbow. Stacks again. Really having a phenomenal sunset. Finds the timing. 10-10 has to try to figure things out one way or another, but the coordination good between him and Meteor. Stacks gonna have the Hunter's Fury. Wide assortment of weapons for ZETA. Shotgun, a couple rifles, a Stinger, Sheriff for XDL. Oh my God.
Okay, well, good little aggro crunch here. And two corpses outside of A main. Saw a little scoop up here for the side of ZETA division. Bit more firepower now to try to work with. Thrown in the mid, able to get the spot on the DH, but Izu continues to scale forward. Smoke falling, XDL there on the opposite side, just the Sheriff in hand. It's able to take a little bit of damage, but widely survive and get away.
More important, you just get the read. Give Clues a little bit of help. It's a great relay bolt, though.
Should know that he's got a decent catch, but I don't think he was anticipating a rifle there in hand. So Izu trying to up the ante, up the pace, ends up falling to the wayside. DH fighting back for one. Swing out depth just with the classic, finds a headshot to put Stacks down to 72. Gives his remaining teammates a real chance to try to make a go of this, but DH will find one. Stacks versus Sugar 0. Quick cancel on the drone, pushing forward, finding the kill. Stacks gets T1 up to match point. ZETA now leading 6 in a row.
I mean, it's just the mechanics on display for T1. It'd be DH or Stacks. both having incredible rounds for themselves. Clues stuck in the corner, even invested the neural theft on this round to just try to make sure, and they still can't get it done. I mean, Depp in a weird spot where he has a Bucky or a Classic, has to choose one or the other. Hard to guess which one's going to be more impactful in that situation. Now T1 on match point. Immediate rip of the Viper's Pit from Depp, throws it in towards B main. Last time he threw a Viper's Pit, Stacks used XDL's util against him. He's looking to try to outplay ZETA's Viper once again, but gonna be a little bit more tricky this time, at least to start. A little bit of space gained, some false information given over early by T1 in terms of which direction on the map they might be thinking. But ZETA not really considering it too much.
A lot of pressure here on Depp's shoulders, playing into a pit with just the Guardian in hand. He's trying to go on a similar timing to the one that caught him the last time out. Swoop forward, play off that drone, but multiple layers in place for T1, getting it protected. And 10-10 pushing forward, finds his brother, but DH cleans up too. And now it's just XDL and Sugar Zero to try to keep things going. I mean, DH has just been so damn clean today.
Oh,
It's gonna be a 3K. He's gonna TP, does he cancel it? No. Holds it right back into main.
Not ready yet.
A paranoia considered.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke cycled, time dwindling. DH will find it. What a huge performance. His first time on a stage like this. DH looking electric to close out the map. And T1 will take this series 2-0.
some hugs there for DH. You gotta love what you're seeing. In general, just the mechanics looking really sharp here for T1 today. The confidence sky high. And they dispatch ZETA. The homestand goes according to plan. Man, oh man, that last round from DH was woohoo! That was good.
Well, hugs, of course, between the family members there. As unfortunate here for the side of ZETA Division, but I think ultimately it was a little bit cooked. After T1 got the victory yesterday in the league match, they broke the homestand curse, the home ground curse of losing at their own event.
And they broke Genji's win streak.
Yeah, and kind of sealed the deal for him. Stacks immediately running down here to celebrate with the fans. But a very nice showing here from this squad. DH, I mean, continuing to look excellent. T1 looking like overall bouncing back. Got some concerns after, not being able to best paper Rex off the back of all of their travel that they had been doing. But it seems like they're stabilizing, leaning back into running a lot more of this double duelist, using that chamber at times to kind of, simulate it, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think it's looking very solid for them.
I think the thing you have to be really encouraged for here, if you're a T1 fan, is that it's getting better, right? Like, it's not regressing. It's not like you got that loss against Paper X and things look shaky. It's like every week I'm seeing improvements in individual play. If somebody has a bad week one week, they're stepping up. Yeah, who's that guy?
Chobra.
He's got the right colors, at least.
Yeah, he's there to show for the players. I assume maybe have a bit of an interview with him.
But look, if DH keeps picking up the pace like he has, not only is T1 going to champs, they're in a great spot in terms of the points and all that, but they're going to be a threat again.
Yeah, it's with DH, after every round you can ask, did you shoot 3, 4, 5 of them? How many? Because guy was just putting up the multi-frags round over round. The clean stuff, and this starts becoming a bit scary for every other team here in their group. Is if T1 are going to rally back, if Paper X are going to continue looking excellent, if RQ are going to refine their form, if Gen G is going to be consistent, if DRX can figure out everything, if Talon can find stability, There are so many teams that are going to be vying for those few playoff spots, those fewer spots
Right.
to go
Well,
to Champs Paris as well.
it's the championship points that are really difficult in Pacific because you've had 2 different Masters winners. So that's kind of just made it top heavy. So, you know, for a lot of these teams, just trying to get 2 champs basically means you've got to get first or second, right? Like that's about your only hope. You know, teams like Talon, teams like DFM, who I don't even know, but somehow they're getting wins again. And, you know, RRQ, who knows? It's hard to say, but that championship point situation is so tight at the top.
Alrighty, well, we're going to go ahead and send it down and hear from the players.
T1 홈그라운드에서 승리를 거머쥔 T1의 메테오 선수입니다. Ladies and gentlemen, just securing their first ever T1 home ground victory, we have a chance to speak with Meteor. And I first just want to hear, what is it like to play in this arena in front of this crowd? 제일 먼저 제가 물어볼 수밖에 없는 질문이 끝나자마자 이 뜨거운 환호와 이게 찐 홈그라운드잖아요. 처음으로 접해보시는 느낌이 어떠신가요?
우선 수많은 T1 팬분들 앞에서 경기를 하게 되어 정말 뜻깊은 것 같고, 그리고 항상 늘 뒤에서 응원해 주시는 팬분들이 있기에 또 선수들이 힘을 얻고 또 프로게이머를 하는 이유인 것 같습니다.
First of all, I think it's just so meaningful to have all these fans cheering for us behind us, and we always knew they were behind us, but I think that's the reason we can play as professionals, that we can be pros, is because we have the support and the cheer behind us every time. Next, we got to talk about, of course, Meteor's picks, the Astra. A lot of people have had questions. Is that his pick? Is it the team's? We got to hear about the Corrode. 자, 먼저 1세트 경기 얘기를 좀 나눠보고 싶은데요. 사실 많은 분들이 많이 궁금했어요. 이 아스트라 픽이 뭐 이론상은 알겠지만 메테오 선수가 좀 원해서 픽한 요원인지 아니면 팀적으로 논의가 된 부분인지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 코로드에서 사이퍼를 해봤는데 세팅을 다 하고 나니까 5초 정도 남더라고요. 그래서 나 이거 힘든 것 같다 해가지고 이제 아스트라로 바뀌게 되었습니다.
좀 더 자유로운 움직임을 위해서.
네.
알겠습니다. So I actually tried Cypher on Corrode, and every time I finished my setup, I only had about 5 seconds left to get into position. So I said I need something else with a little bit more freedom, and so that's why we were able to try the Astra. 물론 아스트라로도 좋은 모습 보여주셨지만 팀 전체가 사실 오늘 분위기가 굉장히 좋았잖아요. 그렇죠, 여러분? 자, 그 비결은 또 무엇인지 한번 들어보겠습니다. So now I want to just hear about how are the vibes so good on stage. Obviously, T1 Homeground I'm sure helps, but I want to hear what it was like on the comms. 네, 그래서 오늘 경기 중에 뭐 약간 T1 홈그라운드의 그 분위기도 많이 힘을 얻었나요? 아니면 전체적으로 팀의 분위기가 요즘 성장세인가요?
사실 좀 하락하다가 다시 올라가는 추세이기도 하고, 그리고 또 경기 도중에 T1 응원을 좀 들으니까 저희들끼리도 지금 막 소리 들리냐고 재밌게 즐기자고 그런 얘기했습니다.
So, of course, we were a bit shaky. We've been in a little bit of a valley, and we're trying to get back up. But honestly, once we heard these cheers in between, we actually told each other, can you guys hear that? Like, this is going to be fun. We should enjoy this arena a bit more, and we were able to continue to ride the momentum. Of course, I mean, VCT Pacific still has some ways to go. Let's hear from Meteor what he's looking forward to for the rest of the year. 자, 그럼 이제 이 분위기를 다시 타서 아직 갈 길이 그래도 많이 남았습니다, 올해. 좀 앞으로 어떤 부분을 기대하고 계신가요?
일단 저희가 세계 대회에서도 우승을 했었던 만큼 다시 그 폼을 찾는 게 가장 중요한 것 같고, 그리고 이대로만 할 수 있다면 다음 챔피언스도 저희가 충분히 우승할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Oh. So, of course, we have won an international tournament, so what's most important for us is to rediscover that form, and if we're able to do that, I think we can even look at the Champions Trophy. 마지막으로 현장에 오신 팬분들께 또 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
사실 이제 발로란트라는 게임이 익숙하지 않으신 분들이 좀 많다고 생각을 합니다. 개인적으로. 그래도 이제 같은 T1이라는 구단을 같이 좋아해 주시고, 그리고 뭐 발로란트 팬분들뿐만 아니라 리그 오브 레전드 팬분들도 정말 감사하다고 생각하고 있고요. 그리고 또 동생이랑 처음 경기를 했는데 부모님이 와주셨거든요. 그래서 부모님이 좀 걱정을 하시더라고요. 한 명은 이기는데 한 명은 지니까. 그래서 그 부분이 좀 마음이 아프다고 하셔가지고 그냥 뭐 해줄 말은 와줘서 고맙고 둘 다 잘 할 거니까 그냥 응원만 해줬으면 좋겠다.
저기 계신 분들이 가족분. 아유, 너무나 감사합니다. So first of all, thank you so much. Meteor says, you know, I'm pretty sure there's actually probably quite a few of you who aren't very familiar with Valorant either, but it's such an honor to be part of the T1 squad and to get the support for the T1 team and organization. So we really appreciate all the cheers and the support. And last but not least, of course, first time he's playing against his brother on this stage. And Meteor's parents were here. Meteor and Tenten's parents are here, and they were a bit worried because one wins, one loses. And Meteor says, all I can say is thank you so much. We'll continue to both do well, so please continue to support us. 그럼 다시 한번 승리 축하드리고 오늘 또 T1 홈그라운드에서 역사적인 첫 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
자, 이렇게 인터뷰를 마치고 저희는 VCT 퍼시픽 방송에서는 다음 경기로 돌아오고 또 홈그라운드에서는 마련된 이벤트까지 맞아 진행하겠습니다. That's gonna be it for today's match. Of course, we'll be back with another match on the broadcast, and for all of you here, there's still more for the fans here at T1 Homeground. We'll see you in a bit.
So much more for the fans over at Inspire, but also more for us here on Pacific. We have to talk about that match because, of course, you see all of the fans here that were lending their support to T1. That definitely showed, as Meteor said in the interview, just listening to the fans made them perform so well. Go for it, Izu.
I mean, it's got to help to have so many people there cheering for you, willing you on and wanting to do well. But ultimately, that was a very dominant performance from T1. Really what we would expect from a team of this caliber.
Absolutely, they are now starting to move up a little bit further in the group, so looking more and more promising that T1 will be making it into playoffs, and they have very lofty goals, as you heard from Meteor in the interview, but very promising game overall from T1 today. Saw them, again, play some of the less played maps, some of the newer maps in the pool, another good outing on Corrode from them, and then honestly, a pretty solid looking Sunset. They did pick Sunset there, and they looked quite solid on it, so I think that they can be happy with that performance. Their map pool is starting to look a little bit more well-rounded after a nice boot camp abroad, and you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for ZETA, there were a lot of good moments, especially from players like Depp. You had those pop-up moments from him, but I think that for the rest of the team, they can hold their heads high because this was still T1. This was still an underdog matchup, so to say, and they still they still were able to, you know, deliver quite a match for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think they can be too disappointed, but I mean, it's not the outcome that they want at the end of the day.
Of course.
It does mean making playoffs gets a little bit tougher.
They are 0-3 in their group with Paper X on the horizon, so that is not a position that anyone wants to be in. Yeah, chances are that ZETA are going to be out before they even, you know, have a chance, have a sniff into the playoffs and a chance to go to Tokyo. So, yeah, it's not looking good for ZETA.
That window is closing for a lot of teams actually today. We'll probably get a better look at it as we head into you know, the day's end. But for now, T1 can rejoice, sit a little bit more comfortably in their T1 gaming chairs that we saw on the stage over there. A little bit more as comfy as they are. And of course, Izu definitely taking that match MVP.
Yeah, we had to give it to him. I felt like rock solid both games, now in this kind of perma-duelist role, doing a really great job.
He's an incredibly flexible player, can play anything. You saw him on Cypher and Viper early in the year, previously on the Recon Inits as well, and sometimes flexing into the duelist. Now he is mostly a duelist, and he's putting up some duelist-worthy numbers.
Definitely. We saw a lot of those numbers coming from T1. I'm eager to see a lot more numbers coming from our second match of the day. We're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, we have RRQ versus Nongshim.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm up, we winning the race. I'm up, I'm pushing the pace. If you ain't first, you last. And I'm allergic to that place. Not them, they ain't knocking me back. Not them, they ain't knocking me back. Now go and write this down. We only after that stacks. I'm only after that bag. That's racks on racks on racks. This isn't competition. This isn't a closable gap. I'm up, I'm up, I'm up. Rocket speed ahead. The naysayers keep chirping. Let's put that all to bed.
You are back watching VCT Pacific, and ladies, gents, and everybody watching. Oops, careful. Watch yourself. Watch yourself, Monyet. We don't want that happening. But I have a question for you guys. Are you ready for 100 rounds of Valorant? Because we have RQ versus Nongshim.
Woo! I don't want to go home.
We're gonna go straight into tomorrow's matches. We got everything set up here. We're prepared for a long night because as you can see,
Oh my god.
Oh, they got dancing.
Yeah,
Okay.
No, I taught them that.
Oh, really? You're
Yeah,
the
I did.
You are the
That's
choreographer.
why.
As usual, I mean, RRQ were perfectly in sync in their last match. You can see the stats right there and the win against Gen G. A very tight series. I honestly think that that could really change the trajectory of RRQ's run. They were on such a downward trend in form after the lackluster international results and then an L handed to them by Global Esports in week 1 of stage 2 here. But I think that win against Gen G is going to be transformative for them.
Yeah. That was it was a tricky first week, of course, but this will also be RQ's first time facing Nongshim with RB, right? So it might be slightly different this time around because third time's a charm, I guess, for this matchup. But hey, kind of different rosters. RB seeing RQ with this roster and RQ rather now facing Nongshim with RB.
Yeah, a little bit of a change with having RB in this roster, but we know this Nongshim team to have a lot of potential. It's just about managing to execute. When we take a look at their previous games, they did manage to beat Team Secret, but of course fell to DRX.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim, this is historically a matchup that's gone quite well for them. You know, this is usually a very close matchup, even though RRQ is this team that can top Pacific, that can win Pacific, the current reigning Pacific champions, and Nongshim isn't necessarily a team that has even really made it that deep in the tournament. I think that these two teams do play each other quite closely usually, and what is going on?
They've got the
I-
Scoville units of Shimran over time.
Hey,
This
Indonesia-
is the kind of graph. Did you work on this graph?
Can
or-
I just say Indonesia Spice is on another level as well. So I think that Monyet can actually take the heat, especially since you look at this face-off. Spice aside, Scoville level aside, between Monyet and Dabby, and we know how this match can be very, very messy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key there, is that Nongshim have come out on top both times against RRQ. And I mean, this is, of course, the key head-to-head. Monyet versus Danby. A lot of similar crossover and agent pool, but with Monyet taking that Omen, they've been the two standing out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Danby's in fantastic form. In fact, this has been his best stage of Pacific all year for me. He has really been putting up the numbers. Monyet just had an excellent series against Gen G after a pretty poor run of form, honestly. He's had some very, very lackluster series in the last little bit for RRQ in particular. So I'm hoping that this Neon head-to-head today is going to be fireworks and Danby's going to be doing tricks on him like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're both just so chaotic. It's kind of crazy. But as you say, Monyet, I mean, he had been slow this year. There's no two ways around it. He had looked like one of the weaker players on the RRQ side, but then he really got them across the line in this Gen G game. Just came alive when it mattered the most.
Do you think that him dropping his mouse was a little bit of an omen, or do you think he needs that for like some good vibes? He needs to laugh it off?
He's just the clumsiest man I've ever met. I'm not shocked at all that he dropped his mouse.
Were you? I think you were the one who told me that like he has to spill something on himself.
Yeah, it's good luck. Good
Right.
luck when he spills food down himself.
So he has to be clumsy.
Yeah.
Does the mouse thing count?
I can count it.
Yeah,
But he's
okay.
going to need it today because he has to go head-to-head with Danby. We know they both love this Neon. Man, I really hope we see them clash on this
Yeah,
agent.
look, Danby might be giving Texture some respect, but I don't think he's going to be giving Monyet any respect in the server today. I mean, that overlap in terms of agent pool, it's not a duelist head-to-head so much as the primary duelist for RRQ, as we know, is Jemkin, but Monyet obviously giving them something a little bit different, does love to mix in the Neon and the Waylay, so they love that double duelist approach
For
over
sure,
at
and
RRQ.
I'm just, okay, I'm happy we get Corrode, but I'm kind of sad that we don't get Lotus for this. Did you want to stay here overnight?
I'm not too sad about it, I'll be honest.
Lotus already
You
up.
don't want to stay? I mean, like, set up here with, like, my penguin, gonna lean back and go to sleep here and stuff.
I will
Why not?
say, I like this pick of Corrode from Nongshim. We've not seen this yet from them, right? So, nice of them to take this in a little bit of a different direction, trying to catch RRQ off guard. We have seen RRQ's Corrode in that opening game against Global, and yeah, it didn't look fantastic.
Didn't go well. RRQ will start on the defense though, so that might help them out a little bit. Haven will be the pick here for RRQ. They do love the double duelist with the Neon for Monyet. That will be definitely a Neon off. I mean, Nongshim's game against Full Sense in Ascension, where they 13-0'd them, lives rent-free in my head on Haven. And then that third map decider as Icebox will be an interesting one, because that won't be a Neon map. You will see Danby on the Jet, so that will be more of a Jet head-to-head between Danby and Jemkin.
We're getting so much Corrode here, and Nongshim also showing they initially banned that map, and they're bringing it out here. They're like, hey, we're ready. Why not? What else do we have to lose, right? Bring up, I believe our predictions here. I think you were the only outlier, if I'm not mistaken.
No. I think all of us here went for RRQ.
Except for Quack.
That's a mistake.
Really?
It was Quack. Yeah, it was Quack who went Nongshim.
Well, let's find out. We're gonna send it to the stage for RRQ and Nongshim.
Let's fly.
Team RRQ. We are back on the Sangam stage for our second match of the day. RRQ and Nongshim Red Force. Even though they have the Pacific Trophy, RRQ are not out of the woods just yet. They need to make their way to champions, and that means winning it all as perfectly as they possibly can. And we know this team can win, and they have. But RRQ's struggle has always been closing out matches definitively against Pacific teams. Can they hit a much faster stride today?
Yeah, they just beat the big brother of Korea in Genchi, so now they're going to take on some of the little bros over at Nongshim. It's a matchup that historically actually hasn't gone well for them, but they need the win so much more today because they're only 1-on-1 in their group.
As you mentioned, the Big Brothers, Big Brother texture called this team the team of Gen Zs, I believe. It's Nongshim Red Force, and this team is determined to stand their ground and make Pacific their home. They started off earlier this year as a team without much experience, and Stage 2 is where Nongshim proved that they are built for Tier 1 play and meant to stay on the stage.
Oh yeah, these are a fan favorite here in Korea, known for their explosive play style, and of course they have had RRQ's number in the past. I feel like this is a matchup that they do enjoy playing, that they feel good about, so I don't think they're going to be too fazed by the fact RRQ have already defeated Genji, because I think they're going to trust their own read here and trust their own style.
Third time's a charm, right?
Could
I
be.
mean, It's gone that way in the past. It could go this way again, especially since RRQ now, they did show that, you know, it's a little on and off. And sure, they won against Gen G, they lost against Global. RRQ now, I'm seeing, now that they're well rested, I hope to see that without the exhaustion of that first week, we're seeing a much better RRQ in peak form.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, honestly, that win against Gen G is going to give them so much confidence. It's going to be a feel-good win for them. Now they've had some rest. They've had some more time to prepare. We know they've been cooking for a while after some lackluster results internationally. They've had more time to practice and come up with ideas, but now they're well-rested enough to execute those ideas well in the server and get back to playing their A game.
Yeah, that's the key. We know that the ceiling for this team is so high.
Oh, it wasn't you.
Yeah, no, it was Quack. It's always
Respect.
Quack.
Honestly, respect. I think they've got a reasonable shout today.
Yeah.
I don't think that the predictions are as one-sided as this in terms of the odds and
I would agree.
Non-Shin's chances of winning this series.
No, that's the thing. The predictions aren't like, oh, it's like 50-50. Sometimes it's like 10% and then it's 90% on one side, right? So it could go either way this time around. We've seen it go either way. We've seen it go to 42 rounds in one map also. We're not having that particular map in this rotation, but we're heading into Corrode first.
Yeah, RRQ starting out on the defense here, and there have been some changes. Jemkin is going to be on the Neon, going off of the Yoru. The first time you're not seeing Monyet be the primary Neon here for RRQ. Monyet onto the Omen, which is going to free up Crazy Guy to allow him to play that solo init Fade.
Over on Nongshim, they are running with that deadlock that we know that they love so much. Danby on his signature Neon. Francis sticking to that Viper that we've seen a lot more from him. Like this composition from Nongshim seems to suit all of their players very, very well. They're optimizing for comfort here.
Well, it's not the Neon face-off that we were hyping up in the beginning, but it is a Neon face-off nonetheless. I'm still very, very excited for this. We are heading into Corrode for our first map of the day as well. And this is an RQ again that is well rested, and we hope to be in peak form up against Nongshim that, of course, needs that second win to stay in the game. We're going to toss it over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Alrighty, here we go. Second series of the day. And I mean, just talking about it, the Neon here for Jemkin. Not something that he has played much of at all in his career. This is going to be the fourth ever outing.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising, especially with how good Monyet's Neon usually is. I mean, we saw on Haven the last time they played Gen G, it was a very, very strong. So kind of interesting to see this change up. Maybe they just didn't feel like the Yoru was able to get the rotations as quickly as they would like for the duelist role on this particular map. Felt like that was kind of a weakness against Global Esports, the only time they've ever played it. Nongshim, you know, trying to lean into things a little bit where they feel comfortable, where they feel like they can get Danby's Neon through, because he has been stellar so far this stage as a duelist, and they're going to need more of that, because obviously for Nongshim, you want to avoid that relegation if you can. Want to at least try to get into playoffs, and of course go a little bit further, but tons of work to do for Nongshim. This is a huge match for them. RRQ, you know, bounced back, got that big win against Gen G, and they look right as rain. So a tough matchup here for both teams in terms of, you know, what's on the line potentially. RRQ so much to prove after a disappointing run of things globally after their stage 2 win, or excuse me, stage 1 win. Danby getting a little bit of info, and this is a complete mid-hold from RRQ. And Nongshim is wary of how much space they were given there. They're like, this feels like a trap. Actually isn't in that direction in A. Not initially, at least.
Well, it goes past, because she's just going to be tucking in behind this defender's Viper wall, which now gets lowered. Looking to clear the corner, and Cushy guns down 3 with the classic. Catastrophic way for things to start off. This is now push forward. Don't have to worry about the thorns at the very least, but there's so much more to concern Nongshim here. There's a spike plant, at least to get some cash behind. Going into the next round would be good for them.
We've got a couple sheriffs. Could do some damage pretty quick, so RRQ has to be pretty diligent on this retake, even with the numbers advantage. No util, though. He's gonna have to get it done with the guns.
Paranoid Cross hits onto RB. Haunt getting the reveal. Tucking into the one corner, looking to try to get some damage in. Cannot do so. Kills not to be found. Monyet just down at 15. That's going to be the opening pistol going the way of RRQ.
Well, just a great read from Gushy and even better shooting. I mean, yeah, they lined up for him a bit, but, you know, the classic there, you think maybe one or two, but he finds the third. And that's just basically GG there. Love the way they're playing the retake as well for RRQ. Not giving those Sheriffs much chance to do any serious damage. That is ridiculous.
Yep, that is a buy the bundle play right there. As it even took a second peek from RB to be able to finish him off. A pretty devastating way to get into this one here. There's plenty of firepower now in the hands of RRQ. A Bucky here for Domby, not going to be surprising anybody. 3 Sheriffs as well, so it's a decent amount of firepower for themselves. Fight going to be considered, can hold that as the Thorns get popped. Fishy trying to scale forward, the sprint coming in, and there's the bite. Held on to wisely. Domby dead, smoke dropping, RB able to find one, Francis with another, but eventually they will get flushed out. So, tiny little bit of damage going to be dealt here. As Crazy Guy, I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time. So, 2 weapons going to be carried forward. Otherwise, RQ, 2-0 start.
Yeah, I can see a ping out on the map there from Nongshim about one of those kind of unexpected placements of one of the Razor Vines. That's what really slowed up that hit. Didn't allow that Bucky for Domby to do any damage. But it's great layering of the util to follow up with the snake bite, well held onto by xFaro. And that really just stalled out that round. So that's a good read from RRQ. Good prep coming into that eco. And a little bit of just shots into the nether. Seeing if anybody from Nongshim was going to give him an opportunity to find a freebie, but actually it's Francis going to take down Jemkin.
Does eat a shot, though, from the Outlaw. Down to 10. And flash out, confirming some presence. It's going to be a triple scale in towards mid. I'll be trying to avoid these shots.
That was the one player who could challenge that Outlaw. So well thought out by Nongshim in that regard. Monyet could have scooped it up, though. So that's still very dangerous now. Here in this bonus for RRQ.
Sparrow looking for a shot. If you had found Francis, would have been huge value. Bite will go ahead and delay. Looks like Cushy maybe considering a push down around the flank. Recon will go out. Relay bolt going to be avoided. xFaro finds a great one. Domby on the floor. Locked off here by the wall. Persia trying to slide around the pack, and Prowler trying to make its way through, cannot do so. xFaro not going to be spotted. Should be able to read that he's now going to be forward into the smoke, especially as that Sonic Sensor gets cleared. Francis unable to go ahead and try to hold that flank. Things are now falling apart as everyone loses their lives. Just Jemkin dead. The first casualty in the round. The only one suffered here for RRQ. They get a bonus conversion.
This is brilliantly played by xFaro. Just falling back immediately. Took the one shot, didn't try to greed for any extra kills. Bought a ton of time for the rotations. And they are so ready. Just covering every angle so nicely there. Thought Persia maybe is going to be able to do some damage from that position, but he doesn't anticipate Crazy Guy getting there that quickly through B-Link. He gets shut down, and that Outlaw, again, going to be available. And Francis going to try to challenge, potentially, if he can get to it, full armor, but he's on the other side of the map.
Jemkin trying his luck again, this time against the half/no armors. We'll be able to find a one. Crazy Guy going to be hounded down, though. Slide forward from Domby. The Bucky not in hand, but the Stinger will get the job done. He finds himself forward onto A, but the spike is cut off. As shot not flying, but they will just go ahead and overwhelm Ivy. And now, Nongshim, a rough position where, once, similar to what we were seeing on Sunset the previous series, they have to fight their way out of the site to try to regain control over the spike. Smoke going forward, Jemkin missing a shot. And now leaves Monyet in a bit of a rough position, but Cushy is coming to the rescue. Swooping forward, finding Francis to bound out of the smoke. Domby with the scooped up Phantom quickly finds 3, and suddenly it looks like Nongshim might just be able to make a go of this. xFaro still alive. Noted on the flank thus far. Just chasing in behind them. The swing of the corner. Domby. The field of vision not going to be wide enough. Xfero continuing to scale forward, looking for the jump. Finds it. Domby dead. Persia, no help to speak of. Swings off of the plant, and there you go. A Red Bull clutches Xfero. Goes 7-0 here on Corrode, guiding RRQ to a 4-0 start.
Man, this is such a heartbreaking round for Nongshim. Domby plays this so well. Gets that initial kill over in A-Link and just puts on the afterburners in towards A. And that puts RRQ in a really awkward position because they have a couple different angles that they have to worry about where the spike is down. Sure, they've got control of it. Cushy kind of gives away the, gives away the plan there. Starts spraying into that smoke, but Domby just hits a phenomenal double. Crazy guy with that Odin. Wants to take some mid-control there. Don't think anything connected. But now you've got this A-Link control.
I don't think Domby actually caught a glimpse there. Mania, a bit of his head poked out of the smoke for just a brief moment. Able to back away. Jump peek, looking for the relay bolt set up at Jemkin. They whipped with the outlaw in the previous, now has an operator. And it's one hell of a shot. Gets a bit of damage. Persia watching the flank in through yard, but Xfero continues to deliver. 8-0 now. See if he's got some more here. Snakebite at Francis's feet. Wanting to try to challenge it, and Xfero will still be able to find that kill before Ivy re-swings out of elbow. Barrier mesh going to be taken down. Sonic sensors still set up there on the wall to try to get the catch. Jemkin dialed in on the angle as the C's gets dodged.
Sensor tripped. Throwing net.
Net lobbed in. Catches on the 2. Trying to bait through the peak. Nothing going to be spotted there. The tap. Jemkin watching for it, finding it, swings back, but they know that there's not enough time to try to get this one done. Nongshim will get themselves on the board, but they suffer heavy losses to make it happen. The crazy guy does get taken down. Can't run as fast as the Neon, so a little bit of a added little bonus for them. Crucially, they find the round win.
Actually, crazy guy, I think, had enough time to get out of there. He tucked into that back corner. I wasn't sure if he just misread the distance that the spike was going to go off at. He also held at the edge of A, looking to see if there was going to be a chase by Ivy. He just kind of misjudged that a little bit, I suspect. But getting the op out of there is definitely nice. Having that Odin available, though, to clear some of that deadlock stuff. And, oh.
There's the pixel shown, and shot not going to connect. Pit now going to be thrown down here. Xfero looking to maintain control of B main. Trying to route them forward through mid-connector if they want to strike this site where they have to also contend with the Thorns.
Well, this is an interesting spot that Francis has chosen to hide himself in, though. That might catch Xfero a bit off guard. He's right on the other edge.
Wants to try to catch him going on a little bit of an exploration. And then he does just that. Downbeat forward now. Site relatively open for the taken. Slowed up for a little bit. They wait out the Thorns. As you similarly have this tuck in here from Persia. Drop down, strikes, doesn't play it quietly, doesn't play it slow. Jemkin does manage to peek up over the top of stairs, finds the kill. But a 3v4 to try to get the retake, and now a pit. Nongshim realizing how important every single one of these rounds is going to be, but Cushy catches a glimpse, finds RB, and that might encourage RRQ to continue to try to go for this retake. As Jemkin does have an overdrive behind this. Time is starting to get away from them once again, though. Push forward the tap, the kill on the Cushy. As the Annihilation will find the grab. Jemkin just going to have to try to back away. We'll go ahead and sprint to the opposite side of the map. It's going to be Nongshim now finding a second round win.
Yeah, and that's going to give them a nice advantage in the economy as the money is run dry a bit for RRQ. Yeah, you're going to be able to keep the op. Crazy guy has some, but outside of that, Monyet down to 0 creds. It's going to have to be some sheriffs and other various weapons. So nicely read there by Francis. He immediately pushed through the outer edge of that Viper's pit to get to the other side and catch Xfero completely off guard. Nice annihilation there from Ivy, just to make sure. And really well thought out by Nongshim. No timeouts yet for RRQ. But they're starting to find their moments, starting to get a little bit of mid control. They're doing a great job at the links. It's a lot of Dombi, but he gets hit by the paranoia. Has to use the relay bolt.
He is still in there like swimwear though, sprinting forward. Persia, some very nice shots. And takes down 2. Any hope of a Thrifty, any hope of this operator being able to carry them forward. Very quickly gets silenced. Francis will fall. But Jemkin now, his position's been given up. So he's just gonna have to get settled on a line and try to keep his life intact.
We'll find the one on the Dombi. Repositions up towards the heaven window. Just gonna hold the angle. I think now for Nongshim, it looks like they're content to just hold on to the rest of their guns. Just for now. Just checking in case.
Yeah.
There was a world where he just sprinted.
Dot the I's, cross the T's, make sure that everything's gonna be good here.
Oh, absolutely. And don't want to let that ninja defuse go through. You never know.
I have to suspect it now. Giving up 3 in a row after a very dominant start. There are RQ maybe considering a pump of the brakes here as they get ready to go into the next buy.
We'll see.
Okay.
Oh, so
They
far,
might be leaving it for now.
All right. Saw a judge there in Monyet's hands. Persia. Nice to see him step up for Nongshim. Was so good in their run to Ascension. He's been a little bit quiet at times.
Nice!
Ever since they qualified, and some laughs, some smiles. Is Ivy having a good run of it here, 5-5. Some good rounds strung together. I mean, creating a ton of map pressure, our Nongshim. Need to see a little bit more value there. Out of some of this util.
Spot towards yard, but no info here on Jemkin's position to slide forward. And Tommy just cannot find him fast enough. Jemkin able to just go ahead, re-scope, re-steady it.
That's the right idea. He got ahead of the relay bolt. Don't mind that at all from Dombi, just couldn't convert. And now, this is what sucks, is that operator was locking down that A main angle. And Monyet's just waiting.
Hello. Goodbye.
The plans here from Crazy Guy, so well thought out. Just piece by piece on the map. Everything just set up to ruin Nongshim's day. Throw a haunt there in the main just to check, but as we can see, Nongshim looks like they're already in save mode. Looks like this round is done.
What do you think it's like for
30 seconds left.
Chober to experience like this just weird mishmash of happiness and sorrow simultaneously?
Well, I mean, the problem is that the joy has never come when he's been supporting the team. So I don't know.
That's why I'm saying, like, it has to be that, like, finally. I believe them for so long. They're great.
He's like the anti-Sliggy.
God, my yeah, but it's curious. I think he should be studied.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think we should be calling Seoul University up and getting that man hooked up.
I think maybe we should call a shaman.
Yeah.
Yes, this guy's cursed.
Yeah. Can we get that guy who blessed Paper Rex for Toronto? Is he available? How much does he cost, I wonder?
The Mandate of Heaven guy?
Yeah.
Could give it a go.
This is... they're going to keep the judge somewhat in the same spot. It's in Link. And yeah, he's going to TP into that same corner, but let's see what the response is going to be from Nongshim, how they're going to want to deal with it. This time there's a Prowler there. So trying to show a different look, trying to keep it hidden, but clear that drone that quick.
They are very suspicious about Ivy's position here, so wall raised. Try to slot him back out into a safer spot. There goes Dombi. Bounding forward, slides back, and kind of just ends up selling. I mean, short as a sparrow. How does he find that?
Oh my God.
Oh, that one is just borderline unacceptable.
Crazy guy? Crazy cushy?
Cushy guy?
Cushy guy?
Well, This has been a weird round. Persia with a nice shot. Able to find Jemkin before Jemkin can get things lined up. Wheels are coming off now. As this feels a bit more APAC. Monyet sliding forward. Shot to the face. Francis able to shrug off the majority of that damage, but Crazy Guy, quick peek, quick kill. Persia dead. Now the 1v1, the slide out, and Francis with a fast one will continue to keep things close.
That is a rare mistake from Cushy. He has been so good this year. You don't see that too often. Another great play from Xfero. This is switching into the snake bite. Dombi tries to go for the double down. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, Pat, that honestly probably lost the round for RRQ too. If he gets that kill, they're able to maintain a lot more control of that space. That's brutal. Okay, drone set up here for Jemkin. He's trying to get the catch, but just barely fast enough. RB gets out of there. That was the spike too. Picked up. They're just turning up the tempo.
Able to escape, but now barreling forward. Ivy fighting one. Xfero flushed out. They're reading the tendencies quite well. So I think if you're RQ, I mean, Money is in a little bit of a wobbly spot. Playing a 3v5 into a retake with Deadlock Util, as well as a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, I mean, and you do have some ults, but nowhere in a position to use them. So yeah, it looks like definitely a save. And this mid control really starting to hurt RRQ. And you can't get that value out of the Vice Util because you're not able to maintain your footing in mid. And so you can't get the walls, you can't get the Razor Vines to slow up this Nongshim team. So once they break through into a link, the rounds just get really chaotic and you have to rely on really good shooting. So like, you know, Xfero is stepping up early, sure. He's had some good moments, but that's not a consistent recipe for success.
Sure.
You gotta find some different answers, and now I think finally we're gonna get that timeout. I assume.
Yeah.
I saw the clock stop, so I was like, please?
Timeout called. We'll just go ahead and try to slow things down as we hit 5-5. This becomes obviously increasingly worrisome as well, because Nongshim is starting on the attack. Yes, you know, often tend to be a bit more of an aggressive team, but they're gonna have that deadlock as they pivot over to the defense, which can cause even more headaches here for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the response is going to be. Mid control has just been a real issue because a lot of it's because you've been sliding Jemkin over to some of the mains to try to put pressure on that part of the map, but then you're not able to reinforce mid effectively. And Nongshim is just grouping players up time and time again to overwhelm. And you know, again, going back to the pistol that got shut down by Cushy's hidden position outside of stairs where he got a 3K. There's been a few moments here and there, but you know, 5 on an attacker side on Corrode, you got to be feeling pretty good about that. As Nongshim, you got to be feeling pretty good about your map picks so far. And as RRQ, you either need to, you know, double down on the mid control or play for, you know, retakes a bit more, especially with a Nightfall there, especially with an overdrive.
Neither.
Well,
let's stack a main. We'll see though.
Well, you know,
that's them off guard.
Yeah. And it's kind of playing for retake if it comes down to it.
Recon over the top, however, pings all of them. So now they know that this is going to be stacked. Weapons going to be stolen away. Monyet trying to push forward. Hunter's Fury around the corner. And this is just handed at Monyet on a silver platter. Counter swing in from Ivy. Is able to find one. But slide shot out. Jemkin takes his head off. He's chasing forward. And with the overdrive, was able to find Francis. This now leaves Persia. His own device is quickly dealt with. A good call at the end of the day here from RRQ. They get aggro.
Last round.
They get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, as soon as there's contact, they let loose with the Steel Garden. And then Monyet just full steam ahead. That Hunter's Fury comes out and he's like, ooh, thank you very much. I am so ready for that.
Yeah. I think this call ends up coming through because RB's like, well, okay, I don't have my gun. Let's try to slow down this approach. But they're already so far out in front of it. And you can see the RQ fans watching from back home, feeling pretty damn good about that one.
Do have an annihilation for Ivy. It's going to be the big ult here for Nongshim. Nobody else really close to any of theirs. Yet has his from the shadows. Nice flash.
Oh, hopping. I mean, he was walled in, but elimination still going to be able to be found there. Is annihilation to be sent if he bounces it here? I think he might be able to find him. Yes, he does. Xfero going to be pulled through. The swing coming in. Monyet desperately trying to break his teammate out, but cannot. Dragged away to his demise. Player advantage now here in hand for Nongshim in the post plant. They're just gonna have to try to face out of this one, but now they know. Found the first, and Jemkin firing back.
Sensor, no escape.
We know that they have him pinned in.
This is a beautiful post plant setup. Absolutely incredible from Nongshim.
Fast lane going to be sent, and Jemkin just not allowed to even try to start going, to try to scale forward. Monyet, I mean, he's backing away. He's going to try to, okay. Had the stats a little bit, comes up with 2. But it's going to be 6 and 6. Nicely balanced here at the half.
I love this from Nongshim. I mean, no fear. Go right back in. Get a good A hit here. A nice turn of the flash from Donby. Even though everything's slowed up, Ivy pops his ult, gets the catch, set up the sonic sensors up towards A Crane. That's locked down. Then everybody else could turn their attention towards Link. Use that extra gun advantage. Start just spraying through smokes. Really smart stuff. So that's a hell of a way to close out that half, 6 to 6. And you got to be feeling good about Nongshim's chances. Like you said, you got that deadlock for this defender side. You're going to have some creative stuff as RRQ, I think, to come back into this map and have a good run of it. Definitely doable. Look, I said that about RRQ when we were on Haven, when they were playing Gen G. I was like, oh boy, this isn't looking good. Because Gen G went 8 and 4 on their defender side, and then RRQ just stormed back. Oh!
Breaking through the sign.
That's sick. That's maybe one of the more creative signs I've ever seen. A punch, Nongshim punch.
Well, wanted to take a glimpse back at this one, and here's the concerning fact.
Okay.
Versus Global Esports, granted, there's some caveats to this.
Sure.
Just off the plane, just got back to Korea, immediately have to dive in. Global, we're looking really hot on that first day. Only able to find 3 rounds on the attack.
Yep.
Here on Corrode.
Yep.
So that's where I'm a little bit worried. Granted, very different setups they're playing into. Global, they run the Sage, they run a double duelist.
And
here,
this is
they're going to be playing in towards a little bit more defender-centric composition, because I think that deadlock kind of replaces the Sage decently.
Yeah, and a different duelist for RRQ. So
yeah,
that could change the dynamic a little bit. We saw how good Donby was on this Neon and how he just is always creating problems. Now you need Jemkin to do something similar. Ahead of that shock dart though, is Nongshim gonna be quite ready?
Persia trying to play off this trap here, but Ivy now going to be pinched as Crazy Guy. Maybe his turn to try to find 3. No, Francis will be able to shut it down. It's the spike, but it's still a numbers advantage. As Francis trying to jump shot, some blind right clicks through the smoke, but we'll eat a blind headshot out from Xfero. RRQ 2-2 in pistols. Closing out both here on Corrode. It's the right round that they need, the right way to start off this half. Trying to find a victory on Nongshim's map pick.
For sure. Got a little bit worried there. There was going to be an opportunity. The backstab. Oh, Crazy Guy. Just tucked into that corner the whole time while the rest of the team is barreling their way through Link. Nicely thought. Nicely set up. Now you're going to have an outlaw again. There's no buy-up to speak of this time for Nongshim. No Bucky, no nothing. Jemkin just going to scale forward.
Gonna go for a crunch here. Bounce out. Jemkin gonna be taken down. Monyet able to trade it. Cushy trying to maintain this control. Things continuing to spiral though, and it's already an immense amount of damage. 4 bullets left here in the Bulldog, 1 in the Outlaw, I believe. Spike collected. And that's gonna leave RRQ no choice but to go to this B site. Push forward, Persia. Take a little scout around, but he is able to find a bulldog at the end of it.
And he's coming from a weird angle. No vice wall to give you the info. This, well, but this tucked in position from RRQ. They're reading this really nicely, and the longer this takes, the easier it's going to be to figure out that Persia came all the way through their main.
Next from here, you don't have to be that concerned about the approach if it's through mid. Smoke going to be cycled in. Snake bite thrown down. Persia eats a bit of damage. The drag across, however, able to find Xfero. Tucks back into the spike. Monyet with the reposition. Seems like this might have been heard. The drop down.
Ooh.
Oh, and Monyet living up to the name. It comes away with a third kill, and he can't escape. Even with a teleport, he doesn't get away. That's nothing saved. So as the dust settles, RRQ, okay, yep, 2-0 start here in the second half. But it is a insanely high value eco round from Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, love the call here from Nongshim to just challenge them in mid, just throw everything at them, see what happens. And they find a great response initially, especially to slow down Jemkin and RRQ. Great timing from Donby on that relay bolt. He's able to get out there and just make a meal of things. Big util dump.
Forward in front of the bite, Jemkin dead. Francis a little while, he's frantically jumping around as quickly as he possibly could. Scale forward from RB, looking for the quick transfer. Does put a good amount of damage down onto Cushy, as all these players trying to scale forward are very quickly noted and dealt with. Nongshim not going to allow for a bonus conversion, but given the weaponry, I don't really think RRQ had much of a chance. So Nongshim now one away from tying us up once again. Ivy out in front, looking to get that annihilation online.
Yeah, I have to assume it's just that snake bite initially from Francis. You know, they try to TP alongside of the accelerated Jemkin, and that's nice stuff from Donby. But all it takes is that one snake bite. The rest of RRQ is just stuck at that door. They can't really scale off of that util dump the way they'd like. Just little things like that, just good protocols.
Okay. Jemkin dealing with the aggression here at mid. Shuts down Donby. Good sign as RRQ tries to maintain this lead, not allow for Nongshim to tie it up once again. Shock dart forward, Jemkin down low. Pinned into the corner here by the snake bite. Persia doesn't want to make a noise. Ooh, Cushy, crazy guy. Surprisingly, the ones to fall as Jemkin does manage to bring this back into a 3v3. Paranoia forward. Annihilation going to be sent. Grab onto one, the slide forward. Jemkin trying to save him here, but now that is just going to be a GG go next on the rounds. Nongshim able to find it in the end, but it's just continued chaos here.
I mean, again, Nongshim is so good about changing up the timing of when they're going to hit you with these mid crunches. This time they give up a little bit of space to Jemkin. They kind of lull RRQ in a bit of a false sense of security. I mean, okay, Donby loses that, you know, that exchange this time, but then they're just so diligent. Great stuff from RB, being patient with his util, getting that ping reveal, and you're kind of expecting that they're going to be trying to take Jemkin out, where Nongshim actually clears two other players. Stingers, some Sheriffs, just a classic for Monyet. So a weak buy for RRQ. They're trying to be the ones who are a little bit more patient this time. Nongshim sending RB out in front. Okay.
Trade, a little bit of damage. They would love to get the weapon, but so far forward here top mid. Not looking to be very possible here for them. Barrier mesh now going to be sent through. Locks off this angle of approach. Crazy guy going to try to maybe open up something here at A, and at least throw up some interest.
Able to at least clear that sensor and get out. So he's mission accomplished. And let's see what he's going to do about that deadlock wall. I'm not sure if he can, I don't think he can fit through it. Gonna have to try to clear it. So again, Francis gonna be called upon, still has the snake bite. So RRQ needs to make sure that this is
seconds left.
well coordinated, but RB slid in.
There it is, there's the spot out. Fight sent, 22 seconds now remaining. The wall gone in mid, but no other recourse but to just join the rest of the team here at lobby. Push forward coming in. Francis, yep, that 90-degree angle, able to mow down two quickly. Crazy guy trying to push forward, does manage to find one, finds another. He's got just enough time to be able to plant this.
Wow.
Spike now in play. And suddenly this is far closer than we could have anticipated, but there's a spot out. Seems like the Nightfall is committing for this. Confirms that it's only going to be one on that approach, but he has no idea where Ivy is at the moment. But Ivy very much the same. Does he think about it? Does he just send the net here? Yes, he does. Crazy guy now going to be pinned in. Now position is going to be confirmed, and oh boy. A sigh of relief can be breathed here. As every single round just teetering on an knive's edge, it would seem. That Nongshim take the lead now 9-8.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, so well thought out by Nongshim. I love their protocols they have built into this map. Happy to challenge mid. Doesn't go amazing, just a trade, but you know, Francis plays this about as well as he can. It's just, Crazy Guy gets the reveal and instantly just goes for it, knowing that the time is gonna run out on him anyway, might as well. And he's just able to catch them sleeping just enough. Jemkin's gonna have his ult. You have a steel garden for Cushy.
Here comes the rush again. Side forward this time, Tomby. Winning the fight versus Jemkin. Crazy Guy dropped. Moniette fighting back for one. Stems the tide a bit, but cannot really stop the bleeding. Find themselves a player down.
Oh,
that cuts off Cushy, so now he's gonna have to try to clear this one out just to be able to join in with the two other players here.
This is, oh boy. Trade's there, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you have your pit, but are you gonna be able to get in a spot to use it? Take some good shooting, especially look at this crossfire. Nongshim's got set up. You've got the sonic sensors. Give you a little bit of a heads up on the B site.
Got Francis jiggling, spotting, finding the kill, looking for the other. Ivy around the corner, swinging out just a little bit wider, but I don't think he's read that Xfero's gotten this far forward. Well, there it is. Makes for a quick adjustment. Xfero similarly not reading Ivy's position, so ends up falling to the wayside as Nongshim get up to double digits.
Yeah, it's 4 in a row now for Nongshim. Love the way they play this map. The aggression early. Again, get what you need. Don't overcommit too much. Throw up that wall in mid. Reestablish control of that space. Get this crossfire going. Really, really well thought out. They are just so ready at every twist and turn. Yeah, gotta take another timeout. Nongshim hasn't even burned one. Very happy with what they've been seeing. And I don't know, RRQ, how are you going to deal with this? You know, are you going to have some answers for some of these crunch plays that Nongshim's dialing up in mid? You're going to be able to take some control of A-Link a little bit more, B-Link. Every time you've tried, you've been thwarted. Now you try to go towards the mains a little bit, you're thwarted there. So maybe looking for a little more patience at the beginning of the rounds for RRQ. Maybe intentionally give up a little bit of space to see if you can bait a reaction on Nongshim. Yeah?
I didn't really glimpse at that second sign. I think it said that they came from Egypt, maybe. I saw something about Egypt.
Really?
Yeah, well, the other saying that they came from Canada.
Wow.
Welcome.
Yeah. Sorry about the weather.
I mean, I imagine, in Canada, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
In Egypt, it's probably just as hot.
Probably just as hot. That's a good point. I'm more just trying to make the Canadians feel welcome, you know? Apologize. Well, okay, so this is the A-Link kind of play I was curious about, but Nongshim is just giving up this space. They're going to be the ones trying to play for retake.
There the Prowler. Overdrive is delivering. Overdone as Nongshim get cooked. Huge round as Ivy now This man to get the turn to take down Cushy will stop it from being a flawless. Francis now need to do absolutely everything and cannot make it happen. It's a decent little go of it, but in the end, RQ, little half by, ends up working a treat for them. One away from trying to tie this up.
Yeah. I really like the timeout here from RRQ. Obviously, you have the ult from Jemkin. You're going to rely on him to be effective with it, and he is, as usual. A little bit of help from some util. They try to swing off of their own. And he's just there with the lightning fingers. Francis, for a moment, makes you concerned. But Jemkin good for the fourth, but it's more about the link control there. More about pressuring different parts of the map. I'd like to see them try to bait a reaction out of Francis here. See if you can get that snake bite out of the round early. Then you could pivot towards the other sides of the map and then have a little bit more comfort to re-wrap back over to B if you need to. Let's see if they can get something. It's exactly what I think they're doing. I love this. I love this.
I mean, it's still a lot.
Whoa, the TP!
Okay, TP into the back. Monjet arriving. Persia gonna hold down main. Finds one, traded. Sun coming through. Xfero. Trapped Ivy, however, doesn't really want to push the wall, but he finds a great timing right as Xfero tries to go for the net removal. Pings are coming down. They're reading Monjet's position incredibly well. You can hear the audio bait trying to make it work, and I think Ivy might have had his eyes up on the minimap there. As Monjet finds one, but Dombey counter swinging forward. Catches him off guard similarly.
Now they're going to maybe try to go back in, try to get the spike through over on the left-hand side door. Or they're going to just try to push through a link.
30 seconds left.
Got to win this battle pretty cleanly here.
Oh, the timing here from RB. Backing away, now re-peeking. Snapping, however, to find Crazy Guy. There's no ambiguity anymore. Neons parallel to one another, sprinting across onto the B side. The plant getting ready to come through.
Spike planted.
Here underneath of tower, Jemkin to try to clutch it out, but the timing is not on his side. Downbeat from above keeps Nongshim in the lead, now 2 rounds away from closing out their pick of Corrode.
Yeah, I like the ideas initially by RRQ in the macro, but then they try to make kind of a weird play with Monjet going for the TP. The real issue is you get caught by the sonic sensor at the front of the door, and Ivy, that creates a contain onto Monjet, so his flank angle isn't really effective. Then you're scrambling to try to figure out a way to get to the other side of the map, and just a tough situation to read there for Jemkin, and Dombey plays it really well. Fakes the footsteps like he's going back in towards elbow or towards the arches, and instead just stuck around. Bamboozled his opponent Neon. Dombey certainly just one of the best Neons around. So
I mean,
smart.
He damn well better be how much he plays it.
True. It's true.
Quick clear of this barrier mesh. Ivy having the back pedal, the Prowler chasing forward. Net not going to find a catch. Paranoia, however, catches onto a couple of them to the push forward. The Hunter Sphere kind of obfuscating there is Persia. Just can take it down. Good amount of damage, though. I mean, everyone in tatters on the side of RQ, but there's still the ones profiting here, still coming out on top. A 2v5 to try to get up the map point.
Should save.
Absolutely should, but at the same time, you're going to have the consideration as the calls come in. Like, all of them are wrecked. Everyone destroyed. They're all so low.
I know. It's one of those just... if it's ranked, you go for it.
Oh, I mean, if you're ranked, your teammate's not even hearing you call out that they're one shot.
That's true.
They have everybody else muted.
That's true.
Just listening to whatever music and not commenting at all.
That was...
And then when they die to a flank that you called, they go, what the hell?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you let me know? I'm like,
I said it. Yeah. How's that K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack treating you that you're listening to instead of your teammates, huh? Yeah.
This is weird because every time you mention this, I feel like the old person.
It's not bad.
You've watched it,
Yeah.
and I still don't really know much about it
I mean,
at all.
it's solid. You still haven't watched Andor, have you?
Nope.
You're dead to me.
Was I ever alive to you?
No.
That's there you go. Can't try to dangle that over my head. Not gonna be having that.
That's true.
Oh my
What?
God!
What?
Hello, Munyet? Oh, he has just bailed him out.
What a TP!
I mean, Chimki was out there too because of the decay. He's
Oh, the
still gonna
timing.
get him out, but my goodness, Munyet just goes for the crazy play.
Oh my God. What anticipation. Expecting that there was going to be that crunch from Nongshim, and they had an answer this time. Awesome stuff.
Toxin screen down. Spike planted.
This is starting to look scary for Nongshim. Oh God.
Francis can't even try to find that opener. Even if he had, counter swing out from tower could have come through. What a play from Munyet. Need to see it back on the replay. Absolutely saves this round from the outset.
I mean, my assumption is that Jemkin's just bait the whole time. He's just running out there, and it's all to set up that TP. Ivy. Whoa, I thought for a second he was going to get it, but X-Row turns and gets it. Yeah, that should be the save here for Persia. Yeah, some of these rounds just, it all comes down to just who can out-execute who. Who's going to guess a little bit better. Oh no.
Not being able to find that at all. I mean, Chimkin's 36 health taking that fight. And in flawless fashion, RQ tie it up 11-11. Nongshim, do they pump the brakes here? They still have two timeouts.
I think they should.
You know, look back at this. I mean, he's just out there.
Just really just an unexpected, maneuver that Munyet pulls off. You've never seen anything like that. Probably, I don't think they ever did it against GE that I remember.
So timeout.
Oh boy.
Well, they didn't really get the opportunity to try to do it against GE.
Well, that's fair.
Clear the drone, a reposition here from Cushy.
Look at the deadlock util over on A.
Oh, it's just a dump. This is a landfill of deadlock util.
Let's see what they want to do around this. They clear it and maybe just look for a reaction. Still have the Sonic sensors to worry about, and Ivy's done a great job playing off of those.
Okay.
It has the Annihilation too.
But trying to go for it in this position, you're likely to just have somebody get spammed out.
Right.
So you might grab him for a second, but unless you can counter spam somebody, I'm not sure if it's going to be as valuable as you want.
Nightfall's going to be annoying. Jemkin's so weak already. Down to 11 HP off of that spam battle. Crazy guy has to be, is he just going to try to sell the fake off of this? Oh, it's a crunch in towards Link, pretend? Yeah.
Okay, grab does come through. Crazy guy. He pulled forward here towards his demise, and he'll end up dying. And their frantic spray, trying to clear him out. This is going to give the position here over to the remainder of the players. Relay bolt bounced out into the corner, stops the plant. As France is now getting closer and closer. Finds the first, looks for the second Xpero. Cannot make it happen. Dambi just getting on top of him there a bit faster than he could anticipate. Nongshim get themselves up to map point. Given how this has been going these last couple rounds, RRQ could absolutely still take this in OT.
That's true. Nice little reveal there, but that's a gamble and a half from Crazy Guy. Trying to sell a little bit of a different direction where the pressure's coming from with the Nightfall. And with Jemkin only at 11 HP, that's what makes that so challenging. And you think maybe you can get there. He knows he's going to get hit by the Annihilation. He knows that Ivy's there.
Outlaw. These Neons, one away from the overdrive. You said Outlaw, still there. Two players susceptible. There's Cushy. Ooh. Shot's not going to be found, but they don't find too much damage back onto him. He does have a Phantom in behind this as well. Swaps over to that.
And that's going to get a late wall out. Nothing going on over at A main, and Nongshim wants to shore up the defenses here again. Do you have a plan to deal with Ivy? He's repositioned the Sonic sensors this time too.
Playing overall the same spot though. So they're not going to be spamming the box for now, so not going to find that early chip damage that they had gotten in the previous round.
I'll find you.
Haunt goes into the mid, but nothing going to be spotted there.
Thing is if Jemkin just goes right up the gut.
Spot up from Persia.
Just hit.
Sonic Sensor, now the Sand. They're all lined up! I mean, RB absolutely massacring them. Monyet trying frantically to make something happen, but that's going to be Crazy Guy by himself put down. 13-11. Rocky start here from Nongshim, but they find their footing. And they close out their map pick of Corrode.
Yeah, these are some great rounds at the end by Ivy. Love these setups and just reads how they're going to want to get this overdrive into play so nicely, and him and RB just slaughter RRQ. God, I love the way they play this map sometimes. You know, RRQ, some good punches, some good ideas, but that deadlock util becomes such a nuisance, and Francis did a great job early on Viper shutting some things down.
When it's so stacked up like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Ivy's just playing Orcs Must Die. Like, he's just got all these traps set up, and as they just come through, they're just getting absolutely chewed to pieces by all the different util.
Oh, don't show me this again.
I mean, yeah, that was... It was bad.
Yeah. That was a... Yeah.
Couldn't really finesse that one.
No.
But this was a lot of back and forth, and honestly, I'm very shocked that Nongshim just didn't call a timeout. I would have thought that the coaching staff was going to get so worried, you know, as that run back was coming through, but they kind of just trusted in the team, and they were able to get it done.
Yeah, no, that is crazy, right? Like, you know, sometimes, though, as a coach, you might hear the comms from your team and think, well, they're saying what I'm going to say anyway, so.
True. Could be the case. Don't have the insights that they do. Either way, the trust, it ended up paying off. So we're going to go ahead and send this back to the analyst desk because that was a chaotic map, and there's plenty to talk about.
Well, we knew this was going to be chaotic. It's RQ and Nongshim after all, and this first map definitely delivered. It was so back and forth, especially in those last few rounds, but eventually Nongshim takes the dub here in Corrode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you had both teams playing Viper, both teams playing the Neon. Things can get a little bit chaotic there. Yeah. You know, you got your Viper walls, you're popping through them, the Neons are running around everywhere. You know, honestly, this game could have gone either way, but you got to give credit to Nongshim. A couple of beautiful util combos closed out the game at the end of things, and it's great to see a deadlock meta coming to fruition. Ivy's been playing this agent for ages. Like, even going back to last year before it was meta, they kind of turned a lot of people's heads playing that on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, he's so comfortable on that agent. That's why it's such a good fit. He was getting reps in before it was good, like you say. So it's very, very natural for him. Now it's even stronger having those multiple grab nets around. You can tell he's really managing to maximize the value of his utility. Ivy, of course, at the top there on Nongshim. Jemkin on that Neon. He was there on the other side. 6 first kills from him. He was putting in a shift, trying his best there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the only times he's played Neon. He hasn't played it very much at all. He hasn't played it at all this year. 6 first kills. Honestly, I thought it was a good accounting of himself. And I have to say as well, Monyet continues to have good form. He's had some absolute stinkers on the Omen lately, but this game, he was also quite good. They were definitely... I don't feel like anybody's individual performance is the reason why RRQ lost this game. In fact, for both teams, I think everybody performed about how I expected, outside of maybe Danby. I could have seen Danby get some more multi-frags. He had a couple of pretty uncharacteristic whiffs, as did Cushy, unfortunately, which we had to relive that one in the highlights. So, look,
I'm pretty sure he's reliving that as well, but yes, put it aside. So that's another map to play. But it's good you pointed that out, because like performance-wise, RRQ, it looks like they should have won this, but yet it still goes over to Nongshim, and I feel like there was still a lot of that hesitation from RRQ. You know, you could hear them here in the on stage, right? when they were taking way too much time.
Yeah.
You know, they had that window to push in, but they were still discussing on what to do, who's going to rotate and whatnot. You can't do that against a team like Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be the duality of Nongshim at the moment, where we know that their potential is sky high, but then equally, things just don't necessarily go their way. So we do have a replay we want to look at as well, but this is about how both these teams are playing Viper, right, and how that kind of changes the game.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of maps in Valorant where with both teams play Viper, it really changes how you approach the map control. And you can see mid here is just an absolute mess, but also these double orbs make a pretty big difference on AEC. Attacking into this A site against Ivy was very difficult in general, but you can see the Prowler Paranoia pushes in back. You get the counter Paranoia from Persia, and it's just a wall of orbs. You know, it really changes how the map plays when you do have double controllers for both teams, because things just become a mess, and also you really have to play around the gas cycle of either team's Viper and then kind of try to call around that depending on whether you're attacking into it and then you want to put your own wall up after a little while, or you're defending and you want to try to, you know, conduct your retake, or, you know, various different scenarios that can really actually come in pretty clutch.
But there were a lot of good plays from RRQ. Jemkin actually, like you mentioned, did really, really well on this agent, despite it being like a very rare agent for him to play. But Ivy here on this deadlock, especially in those last few rounds, especially in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, he just finds so much value all the time. I feel like he understands this utility so well, and as well as his individual fragging power. I feel like he's a scary person to go up against. When he's holding down this A site, it's troublesome to go.
Painful.
This layer after layer of the utility. I mean, it's just so hard for him to get in.
Yep, he will be given the MVP as a result. He was great moving his sonic sensors around, and honestly, it's quite hard to play the Neon into deadlock sometimes. I think Yoru is a lot easier. We saw it earlier with the clone in that previous game for T1, actually really kind of making the deadlock a little bit less effective, but particularly playing the Neon into the deadlock, it can be a nightmare, because all it takes is one good deadlock trap that you overlook and your entry is completely crushed.
Yeah, not to mention that you're often kind of giving away a Q with your fast lane, right, before you want to go in. So as soon as that fast lane goes up, he can grab at the ground. He's got those sensors ready, or he can even Annihilation if that is up. So yeah, I just don't love the composition into a deadlock there. But Ivy played the game really well, did exactly what you're supposed to do in that matchup.
Plus, adapting so much. When he knew that RQ was going to do that again, you saw him creeping closer and closer, and he knew which fights to take. So smart, so smart. I have him on my team, but I don't want to get my hopes up.
He's done well for you that game.
She says very quietly, it's like, no, we're not going to talk about it. I'm not going to hope. We're going to head instead into Haven here. This should be more positive for RRQ, but then again, Nongshim just took that first map without even a timeout, which, you know, as former coaches, I want to ask, what does that mean?
I mean, it means they have a lot of confidence in their players. It means the players are finding the right answers in the moment. I mean, for me, it is still kind of surprising, but you know, hey, they got it over the line in the end. So
I mean, at the same time, sometimes you don't need to call a timeout, because the reason you lost the round wasn't something that you can adjust. You could get unlucky. You know, you can see various rounds play out in a certain fashion, and then your player says after the round is lost, they go, oh, I screwed this up, or I need to make this adjustment, and that's what you thought. So it just becomes unnecessary, because you're basically giving, it's a double-edged sword. You're giving your opponent more time to prepare when they've already used their own timeouts.
Yeah.
Right, and maybe it's sometimes you don't want to disturb what the players are getting into, their certain flow state, because that can also be an interruption, right?
Yeah.
But we are going to Haven, as we said, and RRQ has played this very recently. Are we going to expect RRQ to take this, or is Nongshim riding on their...
It's been a very good map for RRQ. Recently, we've seen them move over from the ISO Yoru to the Neon Yoru. Monyet on the Neon, he had a fantastic performance against Gen G just the other day. Really carried them across the line to that win. For Nongshim, one of the last times that they played Haven, it was actually Francis playing Neon and Danby playing Breach.
Yeah.
That was this map.
I forgot that existed.
If they load into the server with those roles... Respect. I cannot wait to watch.
When was this? When was this? Refresh our memories.
This was like between stages. This was not
the okay. So they do have that in their pocket.
They won against DRX playing those roles.
So they do have that successfully in their pockets. Are they gonna bring it out against RRQ?
God, I hope not. God, I hope
I highly doubt. Do you think we're getting Jemkin versus Dambi once again on the Neon? Are we gonna see Monyet take
No,
this?
it should be Monya. If RRQ don't make any changes, Monya is playing the Neon on this map. I think we would kind of expect to see Dambi on the Neon here. I feel like it does fit the map. We've seen it from these other teams, so I'm hoping for the Dambi versus Monya head-to-head. But I will say, Jimkin seemed to get the better of him in that last map, even though Nongshim managed to win.
Yeah, for sure. There were a lot of highlights in Jemkin, but again, it's that problem with RRQ. It's like everything is going great, but why? Why can't they take the dub? We're gonna see if they do just that on Haven, especially since they do need these wins. Once again, they've gone up against Nongshim so many times. Do they finally win this time around? We're bringing up our agents right now. So, what do you guys think?
Yeah, look at RRQ, no changes there. Monyet once again on the Neon, and he had a pretty good game on the Omen, so I could see another Monyet pop off on the Neon, and that is that Monyet versus Dambi Neon head-to-head that we were looking towards.
Yeah, Nongshim bringing out a new comp. They're throwing it over to Gen G. Seems to be getting more and more popular here in Korea with Francis on that Viper.
He hasn't played anything else. Has he played a different agent yet?
They seem to just be locking him into this role right now.
Bro thinks he's Munchkin out here. What are you doing, brother?
Some Munchkin cosplay. Well, I'm excited to see it. He seems to be improving more and more with every match that passes. But we'll see if RQ can make their comeback here on Haven, or if this goes the way of Nongshim. We're passing it over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. RQ needing to extend this to a third and final map if they want to walk away with the win. But we've been talking about it, the best was talking about it, how important of a victory this could be for Nongshim. That team that is looking to try to get themselves into the playoffs, avoid that relegation. At the very least, have an opportunity to defend their spot here in Pacific over at Ascension. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, as they are just going to be busting out the Gen G style here.
Yeah, for sure. Really love this composition usually, but obviously something RRQ would be fairly comfortable going up against. Big ol' execute, nobody home. So it's a free plant. RRQ looking to set up a retake. Do have a lot of util though. Got that paranoia, got a flash, got a relay bolt.
Turn around the back as well to watch. So flank about to be noted. There you go, and a couple gunshots as well going to be heard. This Jemkin had eaten a bit of damage. Down to 82. Relay bolt going to be sent flying. Monyet able to find one. Ivy dropped. Cushy going to be stunned up, overwhelmed. Persia comes away with that kill, but Monyet finds his second. Trying to go for the reload. Francis able to find him there. Back plat. Quick little jump peek around the corner. Tries to take down Crazy Guy. They now need to try to go for the stick. Sparrow cannot make it happen. It is a monstrous round from Francis. They're talking about trying to go for that Munchkin style. Well, multi-fragging the pistol rounds. That seems like Munchkin to me.
Yeah, it's not a ghost, but it's good enough with the classic. That is beautiful stuff from Nongshim. The retake set up pretty nicely, but they can't clear back well enough. The slide out there into open space, nobody to cover, nobody to trade for RRQ. That's a really nice quick push out into C-Link as well for the side of Nongshim to make sure that that extra angle is not going to be able to be created. It's dealt with really quickly, and that allows them to just turn their attention back on towards the site. Wasn't sure if
Marshall and an outlaw.
Crazy Guy was going to keep pushing up there.
Drone the check in. Sparrow not going to get blind tagged by it here, as Crazy Guy does slide back down through sewer. Oh, looks to try to slide across and does manage to escape before the outlaw can get on the line.
Just trying to get info, but Nongshim just playing it so close to the vest. They haven't given up a darn thing. They're trying to figure out where the stack of RRQ is. So the good news for RRQ is you also have kind of hidden where everything is, but they changed directions again.
Yeah, now wrapping in towards B, a chance to pivot towards that C site should they need to. Sparrow similarly just sliding back. Nano forcing him even further away, so can't even try to go for any spam here at the moment.
Spike
Trying to
planted.
get a little bit of exit damage there, but Domby is a bit faster. And with a significantly better weapon, catches him in the head, so kill comes across RQ. Given that there is no movement, Widely just going to sit back and wait to die to the spike.
Yep. Good stuff from Nongshim. Good read there with not a ton of information. They could get the B plant down pretty safely. Going hunting though.
I mean, Downbeat with the ghost, might as well.
Yep.
Over the corner, the headshot, looking for the transfer, the double face out. Or B, okay. He's gonna die. So will Crazy Guy and Cushy. So, not really any significant damage dealt, just a ghost and a marshal gonna be lost. Nongshim, they get the 2-0 start here on the attack.
Okay, not bad at all. So far, so good for Nongshim, making some good reads. This is, you know, a side of the map where RRQ was fantastic the last time they played it, so gonna need to get engaged, gonna need to get some of that magic going from Monyet. He was devastating on the defender side on that Neon. Now you're going up against a very different play style. And the way Nongshim pilots that Neon, they're happy to just go.
Speaking of which, still going to be suspecting that perhaps Xfero is alone here on this side of the map. Monyet, to be taken down. Xfero able to hold his own into one. Jemkin now joining in the fray. Does find Francis, and right now it's looking damn good here for RRQ. RB now last one standing. Will falls. Xfero at plat finds the kill. Quickly dispatching the enemy team. RRQ will play the anti-bonus out relatively cleanly.
Yeah, pretty good there. Getting some good info from Xfero, staying tucked in next to that box. And Nongshim trying to find some answers, but nice opener from Ivy. After that, TP forward by Persia. Dealt with. Cypher Util giving you a little bit extra info. And this time RRQ much quicker to react on the pistol round. The pieces on the board were moved much quicker. So RB with just a Guardian. It's going to be the only non-rifle, or well, non-full automatic rifle coming into this round. Everybody else, Vandals and Phantoms. Slow approach towards B. Monyet, good to play the tight angle.
Persia TP up over the top, now in the back sight. Thing spotted so far, but Downbeat eating a big chunk of damage. Falls to 10, RB taken down here. Downbeat the one to collect the spike and now trying to rotate it out. Slide forward, Monyet trying to regain some space here. Ends up falling to the wayside, but Jemkin has managed to find Persia, and that's going to be a trip needing to be cleared as Xfero narrowly cannot find that kill. Cam out, I mean, they're just running all around the map. The spike is now in Cubby. He clears the trip.
Oh, I can't
And he's
believe
just
he
going
got
to go
out.
bounding out.
I can't believe that.
This is wild. Jemkin, however, re-explore down mid, finding one. Francis trying to be the opener, trying to find something here. As this is just chaos.
Yeah. There's so much to talk about, but certainly that's the end. Yeah, indeed. 2-2 now. I mean, just Nongshim just trying to answer quickly to the responses from RRQ. You know, too much pressure at the front of B. Jemkin. Whoa!
That is a hell of a readjust.
Oh my God, Jemkin. That is disgusting. That's what RRQ is going to need. But then, you know, Domby's just running around trying to find somewhere to get the spike. Just can't quite get the read in time. And, you know, Francis, he's known to be in garage, dealt with the win in courtyard. Huge. Xfero.
Yeah, just through the smoke, able to find Persia there. Looked like maybe he was trying to pick up the orb. Either way, good first step towards denying a Thrifty here.
Yeah, you got that Bucky. But pretty far back with a lot of info. Oh, that's a nice pickup from Monyet.
Camera
Ow.
just around the corner here.
Yeah. So I was just about to say.
Paranoia out there ready from Crazy Guy. Could just send this. Camera going to be cleared out. Trying to tuck into the corner. Tommy does manage to take him down. Trade quickly there from Cushy. Just the one casualty so far.
Enemy remaining.
Ivy
On target.
eliminated RB with the Sheriff. Going to be able to find one more, but cannot get the round win. RQ now 3 in a row. Able to gain the lead here on the defending side. Nongshim. Looks like they're going to continue to let it ride.
I was kind of curious about a timeout, maybe talking about how you want to deal with some of the Cypher util, some of the setups that Xfero's been running, because post pistol,
Remaining.
that's been a challenge. Oh man, really nicely handled. Got some big ults on both sides. Pit, overdrive, Hunter's Fury. Oh, that's scary. That's scary.
Yeah, they're still just getting absolutely torn apart.
This is a good read.
Didn't get the ping reveal, but yeah, I mean, they just fully stack it. 4 players here. Push up and 2 kills off the rip. Nongshim in a spot where, I mean, you would like to be able to save, but you will be hunted to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, and those are 2 huge ults out of the round. Especially that overdrive, man. You'd think that'd be a great space creator. Just, I think, a good read from RQ, realizing that, you know, Nongshim couldn't do anything on the other side of the map now with the Cypher setups. So they would try to make some kind of presence at A. Just a great read. They will be given the site, though. So, seemingly, it's going to be a post plant here. Paranoia is used, though. Do have a Hunter's Fury for RB.
I don't think you're going to be able to feel any comfort in trying to utilize that at all.
No.
These 2 players left on the site can find an immense amount of kills.
Last player
They cannot.
standing.
Ivy Persia quickly going to be taken down. RB having to back away, but the chase is coming through, and he is tagged up to all hell. Slide around the corner. Monyet with 3. The defuse being stuck. RRQ now get 4 rounds in a row.
Flawless.
In flawless fashion, and you have to suspect that this is where the timeout needs to be called.
Yeah, I would think so. That was so efficient. I mean, that dimensional drift gives you all the info you need. Persia tried to tuck in the middle of the fast lane to see if he could catch someone off guard. They weren't fooled in the slightest. He was dealt with it. Oh, he tried to slide out of it. Just shot in the back. As per usual, Monyet having some fun. As they said in some of the content, he's noisy. Was the MO that Monyet has. Yeah. I'd agree. Monyet's a bit of a yapper. But
When you said noisy, it sounded like you had like a Jersey accent, like Joyzy.
Doisy? Noisy?
Noisy?
Yeah. I don't know. It could be the northern accent kind of creeping its way in as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have too much of a...
Not anymore. It used to be.
Wisconsinite? How,
Yeah, Wisconsinite. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wisconsonian was going to be my follow-up guess.
I almost like that better, but it is indeed Wisconsinite. But a lot of people in Wisconsin have very thick accents.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're A.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd work together if I had to listen to you guys.
Goes here.
You want me to try to
I'm kidding,
just
I'm
go
kidding.
like full northern accent? I don't
Yeah,
know
you
if
do
I
that,
can.
and I'll try to go full. I'll try to go full Jersey. Full Jersey.
I don't know
Which
if I
really
can.
isn't a Jersey accent. Everyone just kind of, connects Jersey Shore, but those people aren't even really from Jersey.
Yeah. You've never struck me as having much of an accent, for what it's worth.
Trained it out of myself at a young age.
Did you now?
Yeah, actually, quite literally.
Oh.
Standard American dialect is one of the things that you go for when you're doing theater.
That's true.
So, growing up doing plays and studying at high school.
I'm out of here.
Anyway, let's see.
Go, go, go.
Full cluster here from Nongshim. Stinger, Bucky, 2 sheriffs, a guardian.
Look
If
at
they
this.
can get into a post plant, they have a lot of tools to try to really make this stick.
Well, the good news for Nongshim is only the Viper is seen. So the bad news, look at the Cypher setup. I mean, this is like anti-Donby. Look at how low that one is.
Revealing area. Out careful now.
The bait for now is, ooh, the TP out into the open, slide forward. Donby with that overdrive, he's still going to be able to find one. Jemkin finding another before the paranoia comes through. Double facing towards Sewers. Cushy drop. Donby eventually able to steady the shots to find Monette. Now the dust settling. Jemkin finding Francis, and that leaves Ivy all alone. Trying to swing the corner with just that Guardian in hand, but Jemkin will come away with a third. It's a decent attempt, it's decent damage, but no plant found. And that is going to be RRQ now, moving up 5-2.
Just great reads again from RRQ. They have such a good understanding of the tendencies of Nongshim. It's like they really understand RB and his tendencies right now. They're going to move the Cypher util back over to C, but that low trip, I mean, I kind of get what Nongshim tried to do there to send Persia in first to try to break. You know, any potential util that might be in the way so you can get that overdrive going, and it almost worked. The response is just too good from RRQ again. Oh, the dink.
Finds him.
Oh.
Puts him down to 30. Francis trying to make something happen. It just loses his life. Feels like outside of these first two rounds, Nongshim can really get nothing right. Quick peek in. A kill onto the enemy Neon. The ping reveal. RB completely out into the open now. Has to back away. Tries to get himself across the gap there, but just going to get wallbang headshot for Ivy and Persia. Well, get cozy, because you have to survive for 1 minute.
Yeah, Crazy Guy could just use his ult to check. Are they in spawn? I mean, that would be pretty funny if they did. But they're actually kind of peeling back here a little bit. They don't know what's going on at Over A, so they have to make sure. You know, you'd love to just thwart any attempt at them getting into a post plant, even though...
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
Nongshim is typically crazy enough to try to still make a plant here. That is not going to be the case. They are very much showing restraint.
We got them. They're definitely going to just push through Link.
Scanning ahead.
It's funny. I mean, it somewhat honestly makes like RQ almost look silly because they're like, well, they could be planting.
Yeah.
Like, no, not this time.
Which is fair. It's totally the, you know, right thing to do. Ooh.
Oh. Push forward. Can they swing it fast enough? IV collecting one. Critically doesn't find any more. So still going to be one charge away from having the lockdown online. But RRQ continuing to look excellent here on this defending side.
Yeah, it's these early plays that they make where they're so ready for some of the positions that defenders are going to want to take peeks out of. You saw them shut down Gen G earlier in similar fashion. Now it comes to fruition against Nongshim as well, where they're able to get that early dink, get an early kill. The round just starts falling out of control. There's that angle again from Monette. He's trying to spam down the players that are just outside of mid doors. Heading in where that turret usually gets set up for Killjoys. But Nongshim saw that in the VODs, I'm sure, and are going to be cautious about trying to put anybody up there. And you do have the alarm bot back here, so as long as Jemkin doesn't TP past it, she's not. You would have information, but it seems like he's just using this to get space and control the map. Meanwhile, they lean more towards A. Camera on B. Doors being cleared, attention being created. Look at this, they're 3 players tucked in over here. Francis, nice timing on this toxic screen.
Worried about it, but I mean, they have to get Ivy across this. And as the screen goes down, it's just going to be kills found.
Spike down A.
RRQ. Very much have come alive compared to what we were witnessing on Corrode. And even then, it was still close. Cam gets a spot out.
30 seconds
RB
left.
needing to remove that. The spike gets brought forward, but 2v5. This would be a back-breaking round here. One that potentially opens up for a run back for Nongshim if they can close this, but the likelihood just doesn't seem possible. And even the TP into backside just to go ahead and try to check. Jemkin, his position going to be noted. Free face back in towards the site. Persia immediately dealt with his Monyet, goes sliding forward. And RB cannot find anything else. It's going to be a flawless here. It's a triple push through the sewer. A nice little happy excursion from RRQ. Becomes an absolute nightmare for Nongshim.
I thought for a second that might not be too bad. I thought maybe even exchanges at the worst. But look at the discipline on who's watching what angle. Oh, crazy good. They're just too fast. Nongshim not actually anticipating, even with that toxic screen there. So the RRQ fans, happy to see that. Things just out of control. Nongshim cannot buy around. And they're not going to be able to buy a ton for this round. They, again, have some ults to toy with, but you got to get into a spot to use them. You've just been getting shut out of rounds before you even have a chance. Look at RRQ. They've got 4 players over on C. They're just totally just going on hard reads now. Just saying we can play retake. We've been doing that.
Well, TP across. So a join in from Jemkin.
Here. I found my wire.
Sparrow hearing plenty, gets the catch on the wand, and that's going to be the kill. It's Francis taking down Ivy, the one hero rifle here for them aside from the Bulldog. Unable to find the kill there on that flank. Full reposition, and now he is not here with the rest of the team to try to counteract this. Needs to quickly re-wrap. If you were going to commit an ultimate, you would want to use it right now. As RB finding one. Pop flash out, Dami completely blinded up as they will just go ahead, pick their angles, find their targets. And Ivy just doesn't know which way to look. Once more, it is damn near flawless. 1 casualty. 8 rounds in a row. RRQ looking right as rain here on Haven.
Xpharaoh being so creative with this Cypher util. Who puts one over in that back corner?
See it every now and then, but it's definitely uncommon.
Yeah.
They're not the most common.
No. But it makes sense to throw them in odd places because then, you know, if the Neon's just running, you're going to catch them off guard, and even if they're not, catch other players off guard. And they're so clean on these retakes. The flashes are good from Jemkin. The jump out of window of heaven from Monyet. All timed really well, and look at this, they're doing it again.
I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
How long have these ults been online? I know Ivy somewhat recently getting hits, but it feels like Francis has had the hit for the longest time. They just, it's just.
They just can't get there. He can't survive.
Brutal.
It is. RRQ's so good at this map.
Oh, there's a judge.
That's another rifle gone.
Jemkin almost being found there on a timing. Domby reading the corner well. Does snap in for the headshot. Trip now going to be take it down, but Jemkin managing to find the one. Hunter's Fury, this is Cushies, by the way, is going to be able to find a damage across on the 2, but the pit now going to be in play. Nongshim very much looking to secure this. They have RB tucked back here at long. Not sure if he caught a glimpse of Crazy Guy there. Regardless, RQ now for the first time in a long time have their work cut out for them. Swing in, Persia finds the headshot. Crazy Guy going to be taken down. Monyet up and over the top. Dives into the back and finds a good amount of damage. Hasn't quite found the kill yet. Ping reveal. RB striking Cushy now. Left with it all. Cannot make it happen. Nongshim will at long last break this win streak from RRQ.
Last round before the switch.
Get themselves up to 3. And they're going to be praying that they can get a 4th.
Oh, for sure. It looked like maybe again. Just a nice opener from Donby. Sure, he gets taken down, but there's a good trade right behind it. And finally can get into that ultimate, get into that Viper's pit, and really just make the round way more difficult for RRQ. If Crazy Guy had gone towards long there, challenged RB's position, could have been a very different situation, but opted to go for Sewers, trying to get in position to back up the rest of his squad. Here we go again.
Just Fury, the blind sanding. Sparrow, however, going to be tagged up, taken down. That's a pump onto Jemkin as well. Pushes the Euro to 70. And Crazy Guy is just going to be spammed out.
That's huge, actually.
Suddenly, Nongshim here, the last 2 rounds of the half, they're looking alive and well. Dimensional Drift going to be sent through. Lockdown, however, Starting to take down his Monyet, wants to try to clear this out, but it's only going to be good for the 1 kill sliding forward. Now Jemkin, I mean, he's got to exit out of this one. It's going to be to his demise, and even if it wasn't, he would have just gotten detained, and that would have been it. Well, the aggression finally ends up working out here. The ultimates look good overall, and Nongshim will be able to make this 8-4.
Okay. I'm starting to think maybe again for Nongshim, but I mean, I'm not super confident in that, but...
I think that this needs to... Let me see more.
Well, for sure. But I at least have some hope. I'm not, you know...
I think it needs to be a pistol win into a very clean anti-eco.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, okay, we're back on the horse. We're not falling off the saddle anymore.
No more horsing around.
Being dragged by the stampede of RRQ.
God, so much of that half looked so good. I mean, was that 8 in a row there for RRQ?
Oh, yeah, I mean, all of their round wins were all consecutive.
That's crazy. But you can see like what those ults do for Nongshim once they're able to use them. RB finds a brilliant Hunter's Fury. I mean, especially dealing, excuse me, with Xfero. Almost choked.
It just came out of nowhere.
I know.
It's really tickled me.
Just all of a sudden.
It's just, you know, that's what happens when you get old.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
Body just starts shutting down.
Yeah.
Random times.
Yeah. Like right now, my body's like, why aren't you napping? It's nap time. Look at that. That's a sick jacket. Got it signed by all the members of Nongshim. But, I mean, for Nongshim, like, what does this defender side look like? How aggressive are you going to be? Are you going to kind of just play similar to how you play on Corrode and some other maps where you're kind of looking for those crunches, looking for aggressive push-outs? And RQ, though, heading towards the Killjoy side of the map. Zombie set up, no one home. There's the camera to check for this, though, so obviously this is going to be understood by RQ that there's going to be players coming through A long. You might even see all of it.
As long as they toggle it.
I assume.
Now it has. Got plenty of info now. Jemkin looking to be the first line of defense against this. As the tripwire similarly is going to be there, and that's RB taken down. Very nice shots from Jemkin. Be able to find the elimination. Scale forward, Downbeat trying to steady that one, but the Frenzy will come out on top. Francis now once again needing to have a monstrous pistol round. So let's see if he can make it happen, but it's just going to be a target-rich environment, and Jemkin is clicking heads. 3-1 in pistols overall. RRQ now well out in front. It's going to be 9-4.
Yeah, okay. That starting to feel like it might be GG. It's a good read from RRQ. Able to just slowly but surely meander their way over through into C. Ivy tries to challenge and pays the price. Woo, that's good. And Jemkin looks so sharp on this map. 14-5. Monyet as well. When you get both your duelists frying like that, especially when the lion's share of those kills were on the defender side of the map, that's got to feel really good. Looking like this may be your bread and butter map here for stage 2 and forward.
When the Terminator is on, he is on. No lava on the map to try to dump him into.
Yeah.
Right here.
John Connor, plenty safe. No worries about that. Oh.
Okay, well, trying to just go for the triple face. Set up a little bit of a trap, but just too many players there. Jemkin already lurking forward here at long. Turns back, just making a sense of it. Keeps the whole rest of the team nice and protected.
Drone out. Should get the spot. Oh, Ivy might have dodged it. Nope.
Well, they know exactly. Oh, okay. I was gonna say they know exactly where he is, but he gets out unscathed and then just immediately gets tagged down to 30.
Now you're just trying to die to the spike.
Yep.
Dombey should be fine there in his spot.
And given this Marshall, I mean, you can just continue to send Jemkin forward. Let him go on the hunt, try to get that dimensional drift. I mean, he's already halfway there. Oh, now you have to try to back away. Swoop around the corner, trying to get the angle. Persia just out of sight. Jemkin, however, really starting to whittle away at these options as far as where the players could be. And that's going to be 3 now collected. Only Dombey down in sewers. Able to elude the grasp here of RRQ. So he'll die to the spike. Jemkin, it's going to be 2 charges off having that ultimate. As that is going to be a flawless anti-eco here from RRQ.
How many total flawlesses for RRQ on this map?
A lot.
At least 3? At least 3. I know that for sure. Could be more.
Looking like new turn on Ascent back in Reykjavik 21.
Oh, yeah.
That's a deep cut that
That is.
very few people will remember what the hell I'm talking
I
about.
don't remember that. Until you mentioned it. I'd forgotten. That is crazy good stuff from RRQ. And look at the firepower they can bring into this bonus.
Sliggy will know. Chopper probably
His
is.
mind's a
Am I right, guys?
Steel traps of mines. Meanwhile, mine's a sieve.
Yeah.
It's a coriander. It's just leaking everywhere.
I'm out of here.
Wait.
What's up?
Nothing.
Or colander.
That's-
Colander. Coriander's a plant. Jeez, Louise.
It's just, then, case in point, ladies and gentlemen.
We're just riding this until it ends.
I was going to call you, and I was just like, oh, I'll just...
No, you're right.
I'll leave it be, but then you got there yourself. All right, well, Drone looking for the spot. They got the kill. Ivy going to be collected. Counter spam here from RB. Doesn't manage to find one yet.
Oh, but they've scaled so much on A. Right now it's just Dombey. It all depends on when this is. Oh my God, Jemkin.
They're just absolutely online. Completely drilled in here.
I got auto closed.
Spike planted.
Who's next?
Here's the ult too.
Yeah, why not?
Just body block him in the door.
Yeah, just be like, yep, here they are, here they are, here they are. He's just running at him. We'll try to counter spam. Crazy guy will go down. Jemkin exits, finds one, dies.
Persia.
Okay.
Oh.
Finds that. Would have had plenty of time to defuse. So things getting a little bit silly perhaps here, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a bonus conversion here as RRQ now are up 11-4.
This is so clean from RRQ. This round, yeah, it's a little scrappy, but it's your bonus, so you can afford to have it be scrappy. Oh my God, Jemkin. Just when he's online, man. Just so crisp. Just unbelievable crosshair placement. Ready for that spot all day long. All sheriffs for Nongshim.
Well, if ever there was a time to try to get a thrifty going, this would be it. And that would be the first step.
It's a good start.
Jemkin dead, a weapon going to be recovered immediately. The pivot call going to be coming through here. Nongshim trying to work their way across to C. Pass lane set up. Couple shots going to be ringing out, and that's going to be on the edge, kind of getting offset, and suddenly, okay, the Sheriffs are really ringing out as they're getting overwhelmed. Crazy guy. Okay.
Wow.
You know, when I said it, I wasn't really expecting it to fully happen, but Nongshim, okay. Does that jumpstart the engine enough to make this a run back? We're going to see a hell of a lot more clean shots like this.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
It's just good reads, though, from Nongshim. I mean, they get that kill on a Jemkin. There's nobody there, so it's an immediate pivot over towards C. Just putting all...
That's a caster blessing, I guess.
Yeah, good job.
Spoke it into existence.
You're the opposite of Chronicler.
I think I'm going to say Sliggy.
Does he have curse powers? I'm not aware.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you got to be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more methodical as RRQ. Kind of got read like a book in that previous round, so now the economy gets a little bit shaky for you as well if you lose. So want to try to squeeze a little bit more orange out of this. Make some orange juice. RB, ooh, it's a full flash. Has to respond with the drone. Quickly cleared, but I know he saw 2 players, and I'm pretty sure it was both duelists. So yeah, calling everybody over, but RQ aware of it as well. Monyet going to show a little bit more presence. There's the TP over here set up by Jemkin to reconsider this angle. But Nongshim is
Right here.
putting this as their strong side. A is going to be where the majority of the forces are, but if you lose this battle as Ivy, things get
30 seconds
really
left.
dicey. Important for him to play his life here.
We're trying this again, trying to find a timing to get the punish, but Jemkin is there to go ahead and keep them covered.
Portal closed.
Neural immediately pinging out the players as once again, quick pivot across. Looking for this C plant. Forces a
10 seconds
reposition.
left.
Crazy guy TPing up on top of the half box. Boy, blinded up though, and Jambi eventually is going to be found. Swinging from Persia,
Last player
cleans up
standing.
one kill, but then quickly loses his life. Francis, I started this round tag down to 30. Now he's just ping revealed out. Stuck into a corner here at the bottom of the stairs. Eventually will fall. A good previous round here for Nongshim, but cannot string it together, cannot find a follow-up. They now need 7 in a row to try to take this to OT. Otherwise, RRQ going to be locking up the win here on Haven and sending us to Icebox.
Yeah, it's just really good map awareness by RRQ and a bad guess by Ivy. A lot of times it's been Jemkin on his own on the attacker side, so he's trying to get ahead of that. He's trying to say, oh, you threw the clone out? That's the Yoru by himself. You were darn close to that door. I bet I can catch you off guard. Maybe get ahead of an attempted flash through that door. Instead, it's actually RRQ is completely grouped up, and Nongshim gonna grab another timeout. But there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, you know, we often talk about it. Is this just one of those like, okay, this is fine. It's their map pick. We've got Icebox. Let's focus on that. Or is this actually, you know, going to be a real attempt to try to run things back here and make a go of this?
Oh,
I know
nice.
what I would be saying if I was the Nongshim coaching staff. I'd be calling a certain co-streamer.
Yeah. Got some ideas for you. Or for them.
Excuse me, Trevor. Yeah, just do you have the, are you wearing the RQ jersey? You're not.
Oh no.
Can you put it on?
We can only
What do you mean it's in the wash? Well, get it out. I don't care if it's soaking wet. Put the jersey on. We need the curse.
I don't know if it's going to work for this map, but maybe for the series. And, I mean, you have a Hunter's Fury, you've got a TP, got a Spectre. You got a lot of rounds, a lot of work to do. Oh my god.
Well, RB looking to try to replicate some of that success, and does manage to find a tag. Dizzy guy going to be taken down. Persia able to find 2. Just settling now. 3 players still standing. It's Cushy. Ooh, hell of a shot, but it was not going to be enough. A very nice little quick hit here from Nongshim. They managed to get one back. There's 6 more to go.
All right. It's a good idea. You know, kind of that classic Hunter's Fury off the rip. Let your Neon go. Just see what happens. But the util was pretty far back for the side of RRQ. Xfero either hung onto it or put it up there early. And then, too late. Persia winning 2 over in Sewers is what really just destroys that round. That was huge.
Crunch play.
Here we go again.
Now, yeah, they're going to look to try to set up something else, but this time it's going to be avoided.
More what I was expecting from Nongshim on their defender's side. Like just massive aggression. RB.
Gonna be forced away. Has the back full flash connecting. It's tucked over into the side actually, and that's enough. I thought they were gonna pursue a little bit deeper. Either way, kills are gonna be coming through. Now the spike is gonna be stuck here at back sight with Cushy. Just trying to keep it quiet. He's all alone. It's okay.
Wow.
Flawless here. Nongshim, 5 more to go. It's their, I mean, they haven't gotten consecutive round wins since the pistol into the anti-eco.
They're just making some good decisions. You know, RB there just able to get behind the box just in time. And then Ivy there for the assist. Oh, really nicely played. Looks like you have a lockdown for Ivy as well. Saw that come online. Fantastic. I mean, but when you're getting that much map control that early, just gives you that extra level of comfort and awareness. Early paranoia from Persia to tuck Donby into this corner. He's going to challenge Jemkin, just holding.
Oh, Domby winning.
Coming through. I'm out of here.
Wow, Jemkin, I mean, didn't really fully believe that he was going to find a target there. He's playing the angle, but still looked caught off guard. Shock dart forward, not deep enough to clear that out, so alarm bot still in play. Bite held in hand. RQ, what are they thinking about here? What are they trying to assess? Looks like they're going to try to just leave Xfero here in mid. Gets, oh, okay. Oh, Xfero dead. RB just getting a sense, finds it at the same time. Domby going to be taken down. The smoke completely disregarded. Persia waiting here at hell to slide forward, and Monyet is not looking for this at all. Persia looking to try to hold the line, goes for the weapon swap, will fall to Cushy's hand. But in the end, it's 3 players still alive. RRQ. Economy, once again, going to be broken down.
Well, it takes 4 more, so that would be 7 in a row for Nongshim. I mean, 8 in a row for, you know, RRQ. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's too much, but you never know. I don't know what. Come on, yet they're just not really thinking anybody would be in hell at all. That just makes it so easy for Persia. And a couple stingers, 3 sheriffs. Overdrive from Monyet. They hide in the smoke away from that recon dart. RB.
Oh, if that blind
missed.
That blind attempt to connect it onto anybody. RB might not be about to die. Well, still will be able to find one, but it's going to be a weapon handed over. Monyet very quickly, happily accepting that as Domby trying to go for this maneuver here around the back, and they're actually drifting away from the A site now. If they just don't clear this trip and they get positioned up, okay, never mind. They're not going to be pushing back forward into these players.
Great mouse.
Timing, though.
Yeah.
They're going to have to try to play forward, but it's going to be multiple players now tucked in. Over to the corner is Xfero. 2 critical headshots found, and Monyet with a vandal. Able to find it. And that now leaves Ivy all alone to detain onto 1. And he has no clue where he's at. Just playing it quietly. Tucked away the relay bolt. It connects, and that's going to be Monyet with Crazy Guy swinging out from the top to pull off a thrifty and take this all the way to Icebox.
Wow. I mean, all of a sudden, that round looked so well thought out by Nongshim. I think they played that nicely, but they got outshot. I mean, Xfero just hits 2 headshots out of nowhere with the Sheriff and map over. But that's the problem, right? When you're that far behind, you know, coming into that half, you know, especially because you don't win the pistol, you don't have room for errors. You don't have room for those rounds where somebody just outshoots you, even though your macro's good. And it took too long to kind of get things situated for Nongshim on their defender side. But the real question is, you know, was that enough of a bounce back to give them a little bit of momentum, or is RRQ just kind of going to be in cruise control? They look so clean, that map, as we go to Icebox. Kind of curious to see. Jemkin goes on to that jet, or what we're going to see. He's usually so fearsome on that agent. Oh, Jemkin. So many shots.
They've been widely playing, you know, same setup on Icebox for the longest time. Just kind of the pivot from Teo back over to Sova after the nerfs. So not really expecting too much of a change. I guess they also were running KO into the mix previously, but we'll have to see what they do have ready to go. But I'm anticipating that it's going to be that Jet v Jet. Now all down to the wire. One more map to settle this series. We'll see who's going to be able to get it. But for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Hey, really excited to see if we're gonna get that dogfight, the Jet versus Jet, over on Icebox. But for now, though, on Haven, I actually thought Nongshim was going to make a comeback. They certainly felt like it, especially after that timeout. But RRQ managed to eke it out, even with the thrifty.
Yeah, RRQ taking their own map pick here on Haven, and I think this double duelist is just such a good fit for them. It looks so natural. Nongshim couldn't really find the answers until it was too late, really, in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, if Gen G's not going to beat RRQ with that comp, there's no way Nongshim's going to beat RRQ with that comp. I'm just going to call it how I see it there. I mean, for Nongshim, you know, this was going to come up in the veto, no two ways about it. In the past, they have kind of run that breach comp, and it has looked good for them with the breach Sova in the past, but it's something that's kind of fallen out of the meta these days, and is something that you don't see really played. I mean, my eyes here immediately go to Ivy, where I'm questioning the Killjoy pick. You know, Gen.G's kind of the only team that does play that, and it didn't really play well into the Neon Yoru, and it doesn't really play well into the Neon Yoru for Gen.G very much either. I think Foxy pilots that agent better than it actually does have impact on the game. So I think for RRQ, positive signs for me is that this was a good game for Jemkin. It's been a little while since I've seen a game where I've actually seen Jemkin hitting some really good shots again. So that's a very positive sign. But once again, a very well-rounded performance from RRQ and the server here, and they should feel pretty confident going into Icebox as well.
I mean, when you see Monyet wiggling in his chair and laughing and, you know, kind of semi-singing, that's not a good sign if you're the opposing team. Especially since he's such a vibes-based player, right?
Yeah.
If he's feeling good, then that's danger for you.
Like we heard Crazy Guy talking about it here on this couch in one of the post-game interviews, saying how important it is to keep Monyet happy, keep him having fun. You can see when he's having so much fun, he goes crazy. So that's what they need to replicate for this map 3. But in my mind, no surprise we're going to map 3 here. Every time these two teams face, it's gone to map 3. But Nongshim are undefeated in this decider.
Yeah, we still have like about 50 rounds of Valorant to go.
Yeah, probably.
For these two teams. I mean, I think if it ended any other way, if it ended in 2-0, I wouldn't be satisfied. This is like Nongshim and RRQ. It has to be this way. But for RQ, mad props to them, especially on the defense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just stock standard Haven defense. Either you have these plans where you want to fight for lobby. You can see Nongshim goes for this lobby fight. Francis gets fully stunned up. You know that the Viper is either going to be lurking or they're going to try to take lobby control behind that Viper wall, and if you have a set plan to be able to deal with it, then it's very powerful. And on the flip side of that, if you want to play retake A and sit your Cypher up in heaven, then things like graffiti kill trips, site kill trips are very, very helpful to have. And you do see Francis getting punished for that.
Yeah, it's a great little mix-up. You know, this is a really important part of the macro for this map, where you need to show that you can win a heaven, then you need to show that you're okay to give it up, and then punish them with these heavy retakes like RRQ did. Great macro understanding. It's obvious to see why they would pick this map. Just very clean.
Especially when you're playing Neon Yoru, like those retakes are a nightmare to defend. The fast lane will cut up the site. You have to choose your post-plant positions before you know how the other team's going to approach the retake a lot of the time, and then they're going to cut the site in half with the fast lane and choose which side of it to flash through, and you can't always read that correctly or be able to respond to it on the fly.
Monyet as MVP here. I think we were expecting this, especially when we saw him switch out and back onto the Neon on this map. This was where he had an amazing game, and he has another one yet again.
Very promising.
Yeah,
honestly, like RRQ, if Monyet starts to unlock and pick up more and more form as we head through into the playoffs here, then RRQ is going to be scary on a whole nother level.
Yeah, he's a kind of like a wild card, I guess, for RRQ in the sense that if you actually flip that card and you get, what kind of Monyet am I getting today? If you get a really crazy one, then it's so dangerous.
I mean, I totally agree. There's plenty, like, traditionally in TAC FPS, you know, you will have like you will have a star player. Sometimes you'll even have 1 or 2 star players if you have like previously like a good sniper player, or you have like a good aggressive rifler or a closer or something like that. Monyet, a lot of like very, very dominant teams in TAC FPS history will have that third player that can kind of flip. Like they can be the player that puts you over the top, that can come away with these crazy plays or crazy games. And for me, for RRQ, you've got Kushi, very, very good closer. It can be either him or Xfero. Jem can get the majority of the kills, and Monyet is the player that puts you over the top and can deliver these outrageous performances.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to win stage 1 with Monyet having maybe his worst stage yet here in Pacific. So if he does unlock fully, it's going to go crazy for this team.
Right. It's going to be very, very exciting as they suddenly come into like a full power, potentially going into the rest of stage 2.
Good timing for it.
We are going into Icebox now, and I think even with those performances on Haven, you weren't exactly sure who was going to win which round, because it got very, very close several times, and there was a very strong possibility that Nongshim would make a comeback. It's always very close with both of these teams. Are we going to get that sort of tightness in the game on Icebox?
I feel nervous for this as a third map for Nongshim. You can see 5 bans there. It's a map that hasn't really fit their style in the past. They've played more recently this Harper comp, but Danby on the Jet can sometimes be a little bit hit or miss, and in general, honestly, Nongshim cannot play their patented style on this map.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, I've seen teams try and play Neon, but it's just not as good of a fit here. It doesn't seem to work in the same way. Over on the side of RRQ, when we last saw them play here in Pacific, they were running that Teo. I would be very shocked to see that again.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, they've just been playing the Sova more recently overseas. I mean, it's a comp that is still gone okay for them. I mean, they had an OT against Heretics recently. They lost to Wolves in Toronto, who were on a bit of a heater, but before that, I mean, we saw them take down Gen G on this map with this Teo comp in the Grand Final of Pacific to win it. So this is a map that, for RRQ, it's not like a map that they'll always win. It's not like a map that you look at for RRQ and you think they're 100% going to win this, but I have even less faith in Nongshim because, like I said, in the past they banned it and they haven't looked amazing on it.
Yeah, it's been a while, I think, since they've actually won on Icebox.
Yeah, they lost to DRX and T1 Nongshim last stage.
Yeah. So it doesn't look too good, but, you know, perhaps new stage, it's stage 2, they could have something prepared. There was a reason why they didn't have this as a priority ban.
It's been ages since they played it, so let's see what they come up with.
Exactly. And let's get into the next 50 rounds of Valorant here for this next map. I mean, honestly, between these two teams, it's always been so close, but I feel it's always the same for like RRQ. They do have those problems of like being able to close out a map very definitively, especially when they're very strong defense side. When it goes over to attack, sometimes we're not so sure.
I mean, it's something that we have seen them work on and improve on. They used to be infamous chokers. Like, they used to never be able to close out these series. And we saw them get slowly and slowly better. But this is a very mentally driven team, and it does feel like sometimes Nongshim just do manage to have that edge over them, especially in these map 3s. So I am curious how this is going to play out.
Oh, so it looks like RRQ going away from what they were playing previously. We have seen them play a comp that I actually think fits them a little bit better with the Omen Jet. That's a very active comp, but now they're throwing Crazy Guy on the stage, and Monyet will have to be a little bit more reserved in the Viper role.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be anywhere near as crazy as we saw from him last map. He has to stay alive. Over on the side of Nongshim, running with that Harbor. We've seen this from them before. I actually quite like Francis on this Harbor. I think it's quite a good fit for him. So nothing out of the ordinary here. This is going to be straight up Valorant here for map.
I think the main thing to keep an eye on is just that Jemkin is usually outrageous on the Jet, and it's not Danby's first choice. So I think Danby needs to really step up to Jemkin's level if Jemkin brings his A game on this map.
Sure, we're seeing some balances here. Maybe some players might be taking a bit of a backseat. Maybe we're seeing more players step up. And of course, we have Xfero on his 100th map here in VCT Pacific. That's amazing.
That's so many.
I mean, he's been around in RRQ for such a long time. He's what the original founding member. That's not particularly surprising, and he continues to put up numbers. In fact, lately, honestly, he's been better than ever in some of these games.
For sure, and he's going to have to be even better than that if he wants to close this out versus Nongshim. And hey, casters, we get that Jet versus Jet that you guys wanted, so we're going to toss it back to you guys over to Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Well, I think this stage set pretty well there by the desk. This is going to be a test, a big one here for Nongshim in a very important series. They try to find themselves a position in playoffs. They've only ever played this. I mean, you look back to the days of Sinprissa, 7 times all time. They've only ever gotten 1 victory on Icebox.
Yeah, it is not a map that they have had much success on, to say the least. You know, for RRQ, it has been tough at times for them. But with this Sage, I like the change up. I think Sage still very good on this map. Also think she's quite good on Corrode. But Nongshim
Would agree.
This top position with Donby gonna be known. But RRQ happy to still bully their way forward, at least for the orb.
Get the grab there. It's going to be a charge towards the Hunter's Fury as Monyet swinging in the corner with the classic, able to find one Jemkin over the top onto yellow. And that is 2 players absolutely just swiped aside. Monyet not slowing down.
Spike planted.
Gets himself another, and that is Ivy now all alone with a flank behind. As the turret sends out a couple shots, and Xfero will now go on the lurk. Sees him. Could try to knife it. Won't. Plays it nice and safe, and that's going to be a flawless pistol as RRQ continue to be dominant in that regard. 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, even with the stack here, for Nongshim. Their protocols are all over the place. The toxic screen there kind of cutting them in half. They find the first kill quickly to RRQ. And then it's just destruction. I mean, Jemkin has always been so good on Jet on this map. He's one of those players that I always think about as top tier.
Hefty investment. 2 sheriffs in for Nongshim here. Double push forward. That's going to be plenty of noise made as Francis able to grab the orb, backs away, spamming out a couple shots just in case the push was coming in slowly.
It's one thing about Nongshim, their playstyle so aggressive to be very disciplined.
Francis able to find a headshot on the one. Crazy guy going to be taken low, but again, it's a Sage, so heal is going to be there. Persia forced away, spotted, trying to just swing out towards safety, cannot do so. Does get taken down, and so far, no one on the side of RQ suffering any damage. As one of the sheriffs is now left on the floor. Wall comes up, Spike goes down. Nongshim got to figure out how exactly they want to try to get themselves back into this one. Ivy will be able to find one. Dami now arriving here, back yellow. And seems like he did not read this at all. Xfero, I mean, he thought he was just going to be joining in with the rest of the team.
Enemy killed.
And Dami on the flank, now going to be dealt with as Moniet continues to hold close. Slots in alongside the wall. Jemkin looks to try to dissuade the swing in. RB dead, and that'll be the cleanup. So 2 casualties, but all of the rifles purchased going to be carried forward. RQ overall very clean on the 2-0 start.
Yeah. It's pretty good reading of the situation by RQ for the most part. I mean, Nongshim's still able to get some damage in early. Having that Sage so valuable, and especially on the attacker side if you can get to the plants. And I kind of was thinking it in the back of my head that this is, you know, the shock dart teed that up, but something I was thinking about for Nongshim is like, how aggressive can you be on this map? You know, these B hits, seems like this is going to be the name of the game for RRQ early. Put some pressure on these controllers. Probably worried about trickery with the Jet over at A. Spot on to Francis, but he's nonplussed about it. He's just going to stick around.
Kind of just slowed in position. Slides back here on the back of the box, but Jemkin striking once again. Persia now dead. And this calls for a big rotation as Nongshim trying to stack this B site, but RQ now happy with the kill. They're going to look to try to back away and now explore over towards A.
It's a good read off the conditioning they've established in the first 2 rounds. Just, you know, they've been bullying their way through B, and it's a bonus, so you think as Nongshim, they might just keep trying to dip into that well until they can't. Try to play off the turret there. Try to clear the enemy turret. I assume that's what that nano's for.
Moniet creeping forward, rides the rope to the top, gets the jump. Dami now trying to trade it back, does manage to do so, but still going to be a big player advantage. Other 2 players from Nongshim clustered up here on the A site. RB having his work cut out for him, trying to find the transfer there on to Cushy, but Cushy takes out 2.
Spike plant.
And for Dami, nothing more to do but the save. Just has the backpedal, and that's going to be a massive, monstrous start here as the bonus gets ready to be converted.
Presence. Moniet with a beautiful lurk. Somehow gets around Dombi. Gets up right next to poor Francis. Just had no idea somebody could have gotten there. That is tremendous, tremendous stuff. A little bit worrisome there, potentially, I would say, for RQ on the initial hit at A, making a lot of noise. You know, you had given enough time for Nongshim to get a couple players over there, but dealt with brilliantly by Cushy, so all's well that ends well. And this is another rough start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, there's a not-so-fun statistic that I was looking at as we were getting ready to go into this. Well, aside from them, A, not playing this map too much, and only ever finding 1 win. Also have only ever gotten, across the 7 times played, coming into this one, 51 round wins on this map.
Oh boy.
So it's not been good. 2 of the losses that they've suffered have been close. Everything else, it's been relative blowouts for Nongshim. This just has never really been a map in their wheelhouse. Ping revealed though, as they look for a little bit of a rush play, but then Dombi tailwinds to the side, hits the floor, and his corpse does the same.
at least able to get the gun scooped up. But this is kind of more of what I was expecting from Nongshim. Looking for these aggressive plays towards a nest. And that's a heartbreaker. It looks like you're going to be able to start off with man advantage. Okay.
Nice shot from Persia. Weapon just a little bit further out there than he would like. The delayed flank might be able to recover this. But needs the rest of his teammates to hit similar shots. Peek under the corner, and our beat now going to be struck down. That leaves the previously recovered Phantom now on the floor. Persia grabs one outside of garage, starts making his way across. There's Ivy, can find nothing more. Francis dead, and now they should have a pretty good idea of where Persia is going to be coming from.
They just swing together around the nest on site. Persia just trying to be diligent, but this is very, very tricky to pull off. Makes noise too.
Yep.
Okay.
Persia finding one. Monyet dead. One hell of a wait to get the adrenaline pumping, to get the blood flowing. The gun barrel going to be spotted out. Jemkin just peeking, trying to delay the re-peek. They know that he's not holding this one to half. Now the swing coming through, and Jemkin there to collect. 4-0 start. Decent little go of it here for Nongshim to try to pull off a thrifty, but they cannot make it happen.
Again, nice start there off of RB's util, but he had already gotten tagged up. Persia with a nice little counterplay on the other side of the map. But this swing around both corners there. Oh, Jemkin even almost beefed it.
Guys, listen.
But they...
Listen, even.
I could hear him down on the stage. I mean, call coming through there. Crazy guy wanted the attention, saying, okay, we are getting a little bit frazzled. Even though we're winning these rounds, we're in a 3v1. We don't need to be facing out like that, Monyet.
Yep.
Pretty much what he was about to say.
Tighten up. Tighten the ship. Look at this mid play. Oh my God. Well, okay.
Alarm bot.
Yeah, I know. Not sure Monyet got the memo.
Yeah, might be another call to listen up at the end of this round. It's okay. Nongshim starting to hit their shots and get the read. Jemkin, however, is still indomitable. 10-0-1. Spike on the opposite side here of the wall. Doesn't have any util, so won't be able to just simply updraft back over it. Gonna have to go 12-0, and the flick down, however, from Dami is gonna be good enough. Delivers his first death, shows that the Terminator can in fact bleed. Nongshim get themselves on the board.
Okay. It's a good round, but just kind of the opposite of what Crazy Guy wanted there. Ivy's like, for real? All right. He's gonna try to challenge that alarm bot. Nice play from the window from Persia. God, Jemkin. Yeah,
oh, he's a concern. He's always a concern if you're on the other side of the stage of that guy.
Yep. Still just hitting nasty stuff. Operator, though, over on top of the yellow position, but this time a little bit of challenge towards the front of A, but the drone actually buys a little bit of extra space and time, and you see that Sage, and that's a dead giveaway that's probably going to be where the hit is, at least at the beginning of the round, lining up, because you want that Sage for the post plant. Crazy Guy does have a res.
Corner hold going to be flushed out. Decent little readjust there from Persia, but quickly ends up getting overwhelmed. It's just complete inverse of what we were seeing in the previous round. Shot's not really coming through. Ivy now just going to be sending out this lockdown. Res is going to be used, but the swing is there. Ivy, if he committed in a little bit longer, might have actually been able to find a kill on a Crazy Guy. He's able to just bounce out towards safety. Just swing across Tombi. Finding one, bringing it down to the 1v2. Spots at the first, challenges, finds the headshot. Xfero dead. Crazy Guy. 33 HP, 33 seconds remaining in the round.
30 seconds left.
I'll be slowly drifting back over here towards screens, and it seems like he's reading that this might have been a full rotation.
He's gonna have to heal at least. Just came back online.
Plant now gonna be coming in here for the side of RRQ. Bounce around the backside, but Dombi able to collect it. coming alive and bailing out Nongshim. We'll scoop the operator back up off the floor, get this defuse, and get Nongshim a second round win on the defense.
I would love to see a timeout because for RRQ, even though you're up 4-2, I don't like what I'm seeing in terms of the comms and decision making.
That was a hell of a Red Bull clutch.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. Dombi plays this so well. But the way you scale into this site just should be easy money at that point. Sure, there's a lockdown, but not like all on the same page, it feels like, and how to deal with it and how to respond to it. Like some players are falling back, some are trying to hold for the plant. That opens the door for Ivy to find a big kill. They're gonna let it ride. See if Crazy Guy can get it figured out. You're gonna have the Blade Storm for Jemkin. Couple Bulldogs, couple rifles. It's the money finally starting to dwindle. Hunter's Fury here for RB. Find a tag on him on yet, maybe. Oh my God.
Not even a chance to respond.
Don't even get to play the round.
Yeah, timeout be damned. Seems like RQ. They understood the assignment here. Pit now in play. Nongshim gonna have their work cut out for him. All gonna be broken down. Crazy Guy playing up in front. Some stray op shot attempts here. Not really finding much of anything as Cloudburst goes down, just blocking out the recon. This is nigh impossible. Jimkin expending the knives, but has a rifle behind this and giving the operator in play. Speaking of which, Nami will be able to find one, but that's going to be the round getting away from them. RQ now moving up to 5.
Oh.
And it becomes even more costly.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ivy looking for some exits. All right.
Well.
Clean
it. Hey, at the end of the day.
Yep. This is, look, it's good from RQ.
Cleaner than your average EMEA round, so.
That's nice here from Cushy. Dies to the cause, but A-okay. At a Bulldog, I'm sure he's not super concerned. There will be the timeout called now. It is going to be Nongshim. This is not the way you wanted to be doing this. Finally able to get a couple rounds together. Looks like maybe you were causing a bit of chaos, at least causing enough confusion in RRQ that they were going to falter a bit. It's like they tripped on something, they're starting to stumble. They got their arms out in time to catch themselves. And tough decisions here for Nongshim. You know, generally I like when they're a little more aggressive, but saw that kind of work against them when Dombi died to the snake bite. Still have that operator though, so does give you some leverage on the map. Something to consider. Is curious to see what RRQ wants to try coming out of that, back in a little bit of stability with the economy. That's Cushy, Xfero down to 50 each, but everybody else still has plenty back. This looks like a scrape at B.
The key thing that you really need to be seeing here is Francis getting involved. He's currently 0-7-0.
That's crazy.
Which means that these reckonings are being built up way slower than they should be.
Man, you would love to bait the reckoning out here as RRQ, but discipline being shown by Francis. Doesn't want to give it up. Wants to really save that for a post plant. Mid-exploration being thought about. I have to assume that Ivy was saving the turret. He is. Now he's going to put it mid. That's really good timing here from Ivy, at the very least, to give them some identification of this potentially, even though the smoke you assume from Monyet will cover. Should keep them. Oh, they're going to actually push towards the turret. They're going in towards A.
Oh. Not flying. Dombi, great shutdown. Knives immediately going to be popping onto the corner there, however, and it's going to be a little bit too whiffy there. Heal from Crazy Guy. Shrugs off the damage.
30 seconds left.
There's Xfero. Hearing this movement here on the flank. Calling for some reinforcements. Kushi swinging around. Looks like maybe a spot out on the one. Is Reckoning now going to be used? Fairly shallow one that allows him to just kind of drop back, and Kushi still able to collect. Are we dead? Eyes up towards Belt. Francis once again gone. He managing to find one, drawing some attention back towards the site where they have to try to keep this plant protected.
One enemy remaining.
With that displacement, with that kill, that'll pretty much go ahead and seal the deal on it. It's going to be another round racked up here for RRQ. Getting up to 6 here on the attack.
I love the way that this is played on the backside by RRQ. Calling in for reinforcements as soon as there's noise being made. As soon as there's some identification of players back there. Nice opener for Donby. Had a real chance to just destroy this round. Even Crazy Guy took a second there to get his aim lined up. Kushi disrespecting the Reckoning just a bit. Yeah, that last kill there by Xfero seals the deal. Rez back online for Crazy Guy. Got it in the middle of that round. Kushi has a Hunter's Fury here. So Persia probably wary about popping that pit early. Could be a little bit of trouble from the Hunter's Fury potentially if he does. So he's actually fallen way back. Meanwhile, this is Nongshim aggressive. Map control taken. But they're backing off. Crazy Guy was the only one doing a little bit of checking. Meanwhile, RRQ is just content to wait this one out a little bit longer. Nongshim tries to fan out, get a little bit of info on the map. Kind of assume that they're more towards B. A little bit of clear the util attempt by Kushi.
Yeah, finds it.
This is a pretty good read here from Nongshim.
Then again.
Well, no, now we're doubling back.
Might be a slightly better one from RRQ.
Yeah, they haven't seen anybody over here. Got to make sure you check nest here. But as we can see, nobody's there. Kushi's going to try to
sell this.
Yeah, sell the fake.
Looks like RB, though, still going to be committing in towards A here at screens. And as the slow orbs start flying, you're going to have the read, you're going to have the understanding. So breaking the wall segment, looking for the second one. Quite quick little spot out there, but running out of bullets, cannot find the punish. So plant comes in, Crazy Guy avoiding all damage. Just a pit to try to work their way back into this one if they want to try to commit that ultimate, but never mind, Persia. Immediately eliminated. Wall going to be sent, Dombey going to be caught. You can tell that the comfort is just not going to be there. RRQ, they pull off a flawless, securing a lead here at the half. And while from the attacking side on Icebox, it wouldn't normally be that concerning, the manner in which a lot of these rounds have gone their way, that certainly is.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's another flawless. Nice find there for Xfero, but you know, there just isn't much util here. I don't know. Francis's wall is so deep, and RRQ can just play ahead of it. You just don't have much left in the tank there as Nongshim to try to go for the retake, except to get the guns going. You're able to hold on to some big ultimates through that flawless for RRQ. So still have some answers. Dombey.
Okay, well, this time to push forward, not going to be able to find a kill. As RB similarly going to be taken down. Seems like RQ perfectly poised, nonplussed by this aggression.
Oh no.
From bad to worse.
Oh.
Nice shots from Ivy and Persia. One apiece there, but nothing more to be found. And RQ, plenty of cash in the bank, so not going to be too bothered by that at all.
Yeah, they have a lot of money to play with for these next couple of rounds. Could see something a little bit.
0, 10, and 5 for Francis.
Oh boy. I think this is the worst map I've ever seen from Francis. He's usually been really steady, especially the second stage. He has been really good now that he's off the IGL roll. Like, able to open up the map usually for himself a little bit. Fragging out, but on this harbor, just can't seem to get it going. I love that quick clear of the turret there. gets out scot-free. That's so frustrating as a KJ because now you got to do it all with your eyes.
Because he keeps playing around the B side, he doesn't really get that free, easy access to an orb like you get on A.
That's true.
So he just, again, is so far behind trying to get these reckonings online because you have to clear so much space and really assess whether or not the opponents are just going to be counter-swinging out of garage.
Such an early pit.
Yeah, it does go through, but it doesn't cover the spike.
That's just it.
They just maybe assumed that this was going to end up being a default plant, but it's not. And, I mean, it just feels like RRQ are two steps ahead, but it's Nongshim who just slipping further and further behind.
I was going to say, Manyet's going to get at least Donby.
Yep, finds that one. Now they're forward, trying to put their way out of this one. Persia does well to find Crazy Guy, just spamming him. Arrival around the back, though. They're going to have to try to note this, and now there's going to be a Hunter's Fury flying in their face. The Cove is not going to do a damn thing about that. Manyet now dropping in, eats a bit of the damage, does get found. Diffuse being stuck, and okay, somehow, some way, this ends up going over to Nongshim. It costs them damn near everything, but they get themselves a third. One felt like they had absolutely no right to.
Yeah, that's quite surprising. In terms of just, it didn't look like this was necessarily going to work out, but it's actually really well thought out. In hindsight, you have the Cove, you have the Toxic Screen there to actually give you extra cover. It's all just about getting to the spike with that Viper's Pit. That's all it's for. You know they're going to plant it right on the edge. Even with the Hunter's Fury there, they're able to escape disaster. That's tip of the cap.
Kill.
Yeah, but
crying out loud.
Yeah, but still got the round.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah.
I'm still just amazed that they were able to find it.
No, I know. That's actually really well thought out. It just felt so weird. Oh, that's great. Nice find from Persia.
Good push forward. Finds one. Does get a good amount of damage, but obviously still alive. So Nongshim, they take those. There's going to be used. The ult out nice and early and spam off that Guardian. Does do a good amount of damage, but heal is also there.
Shock dart forward. Oh, and Sparrow. Oh, that turret gives him the info.
Just a bit further out. And be unable to see him there in the peripheral vision, so it's RQ well poised to try to make this 9-3.
30 seconds left.
Tucked in behind the wall to clear the recon, the push forward. Not be able to find one, but now going to be sent backpedaling. Drops around towards safety on the repeat, gets a spot here onto the enemy Sova. Ball raised, spam coming through, but again, running out of bullets. They cannot continue this one, so the spike gets planted here by Crazy Guy. Because she was going to readjust, able to find Ivy there. He trades it back, but needs to trade it up. Cannot do so. Jemkin instantaneous with that headshot. As Francis will finally get himself a kill on the board, but he needs to try to find two more. Cove in, wall raised, quick clear there of the bubble. This goes for the tap. Push coming in, and what? Is that flick? That is I mean, even for a right click, that was fast.
No kidding. It didn't even look like he turned on my screen. Like, I was just like.
I mean, it looked like he was a Killjoy turret. Like, he just immediately snapped into a direction.
I want to see that. Yeah, just, you know, by the time they get to this position, it's already over.
Nice one!
Nice. That's crazy good.
Wow, that was...
Well, 9-3 at the half. Nongshim certainly have their work cut out for them as they move over now to this attack. And as it often goes, it has to start from the pistol. Not just because they're in such a deficit, but because these pistols have been eluding them.
Yeah.
1 out of 5 so far.
We'll see. I could see Crazy Guy being really vocal there. Love to see that he's so engaged, so confident. A lot of RB fans happy to have him back in Korea, but it's a struggle. Work to do. A chance here on this pistol. Start making things a bit more right. This isn't... I can already see the map. This is going to be interesting. Oh, it's cute. Another fan with a lot of the Nongshim player signatures. Look at this! Look at this stack. Are they just gonna do like a wall? Just 3 people all lined up, right on top of each other.
Quite possibly, but look.
That's what it looks like.
The counter stack from RRQ is in the right position. You got 3 players here. Bit of a high-low. Drone will scout it. And breaks that nice and early. So good for Nongshim. Just go ahead and send out some util. Pete coming in. Jemkin. And look at the damage dealt and suffered here. As they all just crumble. Francis down to see if he can make a go of this in any way, shape, or form. Goes there at his feet. We'll be able to collect that. Spot on him on yet. A shot to the shoulder. And a push forward from Xpero to go ahead and seal up a flawless 5-1 in pistols, 10-3 here in the map.
Gotta buy. You gotta force buy here as Nongshim. By the way, both pistols were flawless.
Yep.
For
on
our
this map, yeah.
Yep. I mean, you're just getting outdone there. Just outshot. Sheriffs just tearing them apart. That's, oh man. RRQ just makes it look easy, easy. Full armor just for 1 player. Outlaw for Jemkin. Nobody can afford full armor on Nongshim. So they have to try to find ways to dodge this. The good news is you have a harbor. Bad news
Put a
is
spot out on the bow.
Jemkin.
Now he knows that there's going to be presence here no matter what. He's just going to be sending out some pod shots, see if he can find a stray to connect. Stomby just into the meat grinder here. Turn it on its head a little bit. Francis able to find one as Jemkin does get take it down, but so much damage going to be suffered. The Cobe's just, I mean, you can't stay alive. Just don't have enough HP on these.
Toxin screen down.
And now you're completely halted up. That's another player. Tagged down with such low health. Fight into the corner. Crazy guy. He's just gonna die. Does get flushed out. Good little awareness there from Persia to be able to find that kill. Brings it to parity. But it's only in numbers of players alive.
Kind of a rotate at the last second here.
30 seconds
No
left.
idea what's going on the other side of the map. This is a pretty massive gamble.
Toxin screen down.
Just assuming that you had all of RRQ there. Sparrow.
Looking to play spoiler here. Time starting to tick if he finds a kill here at all. Which he's trying to, and damn near does. RB surviving with 1. Tucking into the corner, but it's red. Just doesn't find that much damage. It's all in Persia now with a stinger. No bite to try to further delay this. Used it obviously earlier to get the kill on Crazy Guy. Gets 1. And Xpero can breathe a sigh of relief, as I'm sure the coaching staff is. As he will be able to close out this round, but that was a hell of a lot closer than they might have anticipated. Either way though, RQ shrug off the force buy. They move up now 11-3.
Some narrow margins for both teams. Some of these moments, the Stinger aggressive push, thwarted initially, tons of damage done, but not many kills found. And Persia able to just lock poor Crazy Guy in the corner. Xpero, my God.
Hey, listen, just
It is so close.
it's okay.
Slightly less urgent.
It's okay, it's okay. All right, well.
Jemkin, mind you, I think at the moment is plus 42 in the series.
In the whole series?
Yeah.
Good God.
I think he's at 80 kills. Unless this is being live calced. It's being live calced. Never mind. In that case, he's plus 30, which is still insane. Will now go to plus 29 as he falls here. Is she able to reply with one? We find ourselves now in a 3v3. Monyet just barreling forward, able to find RB, interrupting that plant, and the cleanup is going to be good. Kushi pulls off the 3K. RQ get themselves now up to match point.
Yeah, this is all but over at this stage. All the money you have left, which isn't much, is going to be dumped into this round for Nongshim. Try to find some way through. A couple players, 2 kills, 3 kills. Sage walls, so annoying. Such a bane of Nongshim's existence on this map. But that's super surprising. Many teams have had to deal with the Sage over the years and have struggled. A last-ditch timeout here from Nongshim. Sungmin and trying to figure out just what they can do. I don't know. It's just, you're getting red every turn. You know, when you go for just scrappy battles, RRQ's been able to just barely best you. You're not getting a lot of value out of the harbor. You had one really cool round in there, but the guy believes in Francis and he's sending up the prayers.
Unfortunately, it's still been a very rough go of it here for this harbor. 9 consecutive round wins. It has been done. It is possible, but it is so very unlikely.
Yeah, to say the least. I'd love to see Nongshim run it back for sure, but
The aforementioned Francis is dead. I was going to say he's a glass cannon. And that just sets up for the Collat to come through.
Yikes. Oh, there's a Hunter's Fury available for Cushy. So you got to, you know, consider that. Look at all this util to buy time. I mean, the good news is what is that Sage wall? Is that just to hide that from the turret? That's my best guess.
Not sure.
That's kind of an unusual one. You don't see that every day.
I think we don't want the flank to come through here onto Xfero.
Yeah.
So we just set that up so he can try to just operate on the side. Does still get overwhelmed, though. It was good early damage found. Is now the Hunter's Fury going to be opened up because she looking for a target, and he has chosen wisely there on the last.
Last player standing.
Persia basically needing to pull off his own collab there. Cannot. Crazy guy will simply sit Ivy down with a final headshot. 13-3. Absolute domination here by RRQ on Icebox. They secure the win.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is if you're an RRQ fan, they're looking pretty good overall. Icebox still a strong map for them. Still some work to do on Corrode if you're going to continue to float that, but it was better than the last time out. That's for sure. Nongshim, oh boy. You know, what looked so promising at the beginning of this year with them qualifying through Ascension, them making really good runs, may just be the end of it all here in Pacific, but RRQ wants to get back to another international event, wants another crack at some of those teams on the global stage to show that Toronto was a fluke.
And it's basically slingshots RRQ back up to the top of the standings in Group Alpha, 2-1, tied there alongside Gen G, where of course they do have that head-to-head. Nongshim now their work cut out for them. Global Esports, I believe, is their next opponent, and that is going to be a must-win series for that team. Because after that, it's going to be Gen G on the horizon. Well, very nicely done here from the side of RRQ, making this, you know, 3-mapper, but still a relatively quick evening and a quick series. We'll send it down to the stage show and hear from one of our winners.
And that is their second W up on the board. Massive congrats, RIQ, Jemkin. Here you go. Join me for an interview. 네, RIQ의 잼킨 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 농심 상대로 드디어 승리를 거두게 됐습니다. 오늘도 3세트까지 가는 풀세트 접전이 펼쳐졌었는데 농심을 만나면 이렇게 풀세트까지 가게 되는 이유부터 뭐라고 생각하는지 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Jemkin. Now you took 농심 down finally, maybe third time's the charm. But it did go to map 3 today as well. So what do you think makes it very tricky for you guys when you're facing Nongshim?
I think the first map we started good, but we kind of couldn't close it out because we used some important rounds and some clutches. But although I feel like it was like in our hand, and I would say second and third map were like almost always in control. We were not like scared that we're gonna lose. I think we played really good and we just prepared well against them and it showed.
오늘 경기를 보면은 일단 첫 번째 맵 같은 경우에는 사실 농심이 이길 수도 그 RRQ가 이길 수도 있었는데 사실 주어진 클러치 기회나 아니면은 좀 빨리 승기를 잡고 마무리 지을 수 있는 기회를 RRQ가 스스로 좀 놓친 것 같아서 좀 아쉽다고 얘기를 하고요. 2, 3세트 같은 경우에는 그래도 기회가 주어졌을 때 빨리빨리 경기를 마무리 짓고 또 그 기회를 잘 승리로 흐름을 이끌어갔던 게 좀 주요했다고 얘기를 합니다. 먼저 코로드 얘기를 해보고 싶은데 사실 이 코로드에서 네온이 몬옙 선수가 당연히 할 줄 알았는데 잼킨 선수에게 갔거든요. 어떤 과정이 있었는지 혹시 내놓으라고 어필을 했거나 좀 협박을 한 건지도 그 과정에 대해서 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Corrode, we thought that Neon was gonna go to Monyet, you know?
Yeah.
Did you have to fight him for it? Like, what did you do?
I mean, it was obvious choice after the first time we played. We kind of realized that I think Neon is like the better agent on this map, but we couldn't really swap because we wanted to stay same, like Monyet playing on smokes. So we just had to prepare it, and it worked really good in scrims, I would say. So I think it's fine, yeah.
Did Monyet give you some pointers like, oh, that's not how you play, like, you're better, Jimkin, or no?
Just kill.
Just kill?
Yeah.
Okay. 사실 지난번에 코로드를 했을 때에는 네온이 확실히 이 맵에서 좋기는 하다고 느꼈지만 너무 많은 변화를 주기에는 그래도 오맨까지 가져가고 싶고 조합의 변화를 그렇게 많이 주고 싶지는 않았기 때문에 몬예 선수가 스모크를 해줬어야 됐고 그렇기 때문에 잼킨 선수에게 자연스럽게 이 네온이 돌아가게 됐는데요. 그래서 몬예 선수가 좀 지켜보면서 잔소리 안 했냐, 그렇게 하는 거 아닌데 이런 얘기 안 했냐라고 얘기를 했더니 그냥 네온 하면 가서 킬이나 해라 라고 간단한 팁을 줬다고 합니다. 그리고 잼킨 선수 사실 스테이지 1 때 요루로 굉장히 큰 활약을 보여줬는데 요즘에는 또 웨일레이도 보여주고 오늘 네온까지 보여주면서 좀 챔프 폭을 넓히는 모습을 보여주고 있는데요. 이게 좀 스스로 그 필요성을 느껴서 좀 요원을 많이 연구한 다음에 코칭 스태프들에게 이거 해보겠습니다 라고 먼저 어필을 한 건지 아니면 좀 코칭 스태프에서 먼저 주문이 들어온 건지도 들어보고 싶네요. Your Yoru, stage 1, top tier, still is. But we see you kind of moving over to Waylay, you know, testing the waters with Neon too, expanding your agent pool in general. What made you feel like you had to mix it up, you know? Were you just bored or was it Ewok going, hey, like we need you picking up different?
I think the meta right now is like open, so it's not like the stage ones that you could play Taeyo every map. It's not like necessarily the best agent on every map, but you kind of. But I think overall, Yo is still good agent, but you just need to show something new to win. You know, it's like you cannot just play the same stuff. You can't explore.
너무 아무래도 이번에 테오 메타가 좀 멀리 저 멀리로 사라지게 되면서 이제는 조금 더 많은 요원들을 다루면서 이 정립되지 않은 메타에서 많은 실험적인 시도를 해야 됐기 때문에 같은 요원을 반복해서 쓰는 건 좀 승리하기에 무리가 있다고 생각을 했고 그렇기 때문에 스스로도 좀 더 많은 요원을 한번 좀 기용을 하려고 노력을 한다고 얘기를 했습니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 DRX전이 기다리고 있는데 각오 들어보고 마무리해보도록 할게요. Next up is DRX. What are your expectations? What's your mindset?
I think it's gonna be a hard match again because we have very hard group and every team is very strong right now. So we just need to prepare and do our best to get as maximum points and try to get first seed.
모든 팀들이 지금 계속해서 막판 스파트를 보여주고 있고 또 폼이 올라오고 있기 때문에 1번 시드를 가져가기 위해서는 정말 RRQ도 최선을 다해서 승리하는 경기 그리고 좋은 경기력을 보여줘야 할 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 자 이렇게 해서 RRQ의 잼킨 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 잼킨.
Thank you.
And good night, everybody.
RRQ looking very clean on that icebox, and because of that, they are able to take the series. Yes, it went to a map 3 still, but they still managed to take this from Nongshim after their third time facing off against this team. But I would say for Nongshim, it didn't look like they were exactly prepared for this kind of RRQ.
Yeah, I felt like when I saw the video, I was like, we got Haven and Icebox in the map pool. I am feeling a little nervous, and then even Corrode is a bit of a coin flip. So I think for Nongshim, since they lost Pearl and Split in the map pool, which is something they played quite heavily in the last stage, I knew it was going to be rough for them, and I think this series is the perfect example of why.
Yeah, I mean, great for RRQ to finally manage to upset Nongshim. It's a matchup that has not gone their way in the past, and now they are catapulted up that group. Only that initial loss against GE standing against them now, so they're going to look to continue, build on that momentum into DRX next week.
I mean, you're absolutely right. The Haven and the Icebox were definitely on the side of RRQ. I feel like Corrode was maybe Nongshim's only window, and even that was very, very close.
Yeah.
So I feel like this heavily favored RRQ. And a good thing too, because we have one very, very happy Monyet here on the desk with us. How are you feeling? I see all smiles.
Good, good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Of course, it's good.
Of course. And I have to ask. Of course, it was last week. Was felt very different. How did it feel like going back into this after proper rest days and proper prep days?
I think it's much better. We have more time to prep, and we can like a little bit of anti-strat since Nongshim also already played, right? So we have some time to prep, and yeah, I think it went really good.
I have to ask also about, we were talking about the map veto earlier. When you guys saw the map veto, did you guys know that, okay, we have this?
As I saw Heaven and Icebox, I think we will win for sure. Because Court is just like a coin flip, right? So we just hope like, how I can say like, when they're not really like shooting well, so we can win the Court map, you know?
Okay, so, but you guys were kind of prepared like, okay, we may not win this map.
Corrode?
Yeah?
Yeah, because we're still working on it, because it's a new app, right? I think everyone also still working on it, so as I said just now, I agree that it's a coin flip map.
Yeah, yeah. And is that why it was so tough to close it out? Especially those last few rounds when you guys were pushing on A, it felt really, really close that time.
I think because Nongshim Com, I think Nongshim Com is more towards defense. We could have got more on defense on the first half just because we struggled to identify our mistakes, like what they're actually doing. So we only got, did we got 6? I forgot. Maybe we only got 6. So yeah, it punished us that we are having a harder attacker game.
Yeah, yeah, it was very even towards the half.
Yeah.
Of course, you wanted more in the defense round. But going back to Corrode, we saw Jemkin on stage earlier, and of course, we saw him on the Neon also on that map. So how would you rate his Neon?
Better than off-season.
Better than off-season? Better than you?
I don't know about that. Even himself like, oh, Neon gonna judge me, bro.
No, but I think he did okay.
Yeah,
but
he did well.
It was definitely fun to see you back on the Neon on Haven, and that double duelist tandem that you have with Jemkin, right? Can you talk us through how that works and why it works so well for RQ?
I think me and Maxim have a really good chemistry together. Like, I don't know how, but it's just like, maybe because on Split, before we played double duelist, right? We played Race and Jet before. I think from that we have a better chemistry, but I think now, since Maxim play Yoru, it's like easier for me to ask for him for flashes. So I think that makes our chemistry really good now.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I wanted to ask, since you're having to kind of swap around these roles, sometimes you're on Neon, sometimes you're on Omen, where you can kind of be a little bit aggressive, but not fully, and then to like Viper on Icebox, where you really have to value your life because your wall is so important. How do you approach that across the series? Because you must kind of have to mentally reset and change your playstyle.
You told me before 2 years ago. It's just like realizing you have to be much slower, much safer, because like Viper is so important on Icebox to make like pressure in the B side, especially on attack. So yeah, I just think like I have a mindset. It's hard. Like, if I die, then my team is gonna be having a hard time going B.
You killed it on the Viper. You've been killing it this series and the series before. I remember going though into maybe like less bright memories, going into that Heretics game. I was hyping you up to some people from other regions, being like, Monya is really sick, like he's going to do some crazy stuff this game. That was a rougher game, and there was a rougher patch of form. What's different about these last couple of games though? Because you've been on a heater lately. Like you and Jemkid both went like plus 20 something in this game.
I think I enjoyed the game more. Like after Heretics game, after the game, I remember I cried because it was like a tough game, really rough game. Like 2 maps, I was like getting really unlucky, and then I told Ewok like it's really hard for me. And after going back from EWC, I told Ewok and Rebecca to like I also want to have more impact. You know, like I cannot just let Jemkin carrying us every single game. So I told myself like I just need to enjoy the game more and be more confident.
I also sorry, go on.
Okay, and then I think I got really lucky like last series that makes me giving me more confidence in going into this game.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, when you saw like the Viper comp on Haven, like you guys play Genji all the time. You played a million times against Genji, and almost all of those games you guys play Haven. When you load into the server and you see that comp from Nongshim, do you just go, oh, okay, we know what they're gonna do. Like we know this comp really well. Do you have like set routines that you do against that comp specifically?
We all know how to play against that comp. We practice it a lot because we know like even since last year we already play against that comp. It's just Genji changing to Neon. And I think we're getting much better compared to Kickoff. Kickoff also Genji played the same comp, and we are getting much better how to analyze the game. So yeah, I think we're like really comfortable against that comp.
Well, Chaya, you're seated next to your former coach here. He's now an analyst. I'd like to ask you, can you rate him as an analyst, as a talent now on the desk? You think he's doing good?
He's really good.
Yeah, he's really good.
Better than coaching.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm joking.
No. It's all good. We're all fine. We're all fine.
Yeah, I'll see you outside after this.
I'm joking, man.
Well, Chaya, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Before you go, I just want to get your thoughts on, you have DRX and then you have Team Secret, I believe, for the rest of stage 2. How are you feeling about that?
We just need to prep more. I think like both teams are like really scary because I think DRX is Hyunmin. He's like really good. Like I'm definitely aware of that. And Team Secret, I don't know. It's just like we also lost last stage, so we just need to be careful. Like we don't want to disrespect them. So yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to underestimate anybody, right? Of course. Well, best of luck to you, Chaya. It's so nice to see you having fun, and thank you so much for joining us. And I'm gonna make sure your former coach here is the best talent ever.
Wow. he needs a lot of coaching himself. So.
Oh, you're MVP. You get to see this at least, right, Chaya?
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean,
thank you so much.
It's such a well-deserved MVP for Monyet. Such a return to form from him, and lovely to hear his thoughts on some things, at least, in this first match.
You're so laughing.
I mean, look, the thing is, usually as a coach, you either fly under the radar, you have some plausible deniability. It's great to see some of the fraudulent coaches get called out for once. Okay, that's why I'm happy.
Very true. Very
Hey! It's all good here. I mean, here on this, it's unpredictable, right? You can have coaches here being talents. You can have talents going back to being players. Hey, it's not impossible. We're looking at our standings right now, and I would encourage everybody to watch this very, very closely over the next few days because things are going to change quite a lot, and there are a lot of teams that are quite in a lot of danger right now.
Yeah, especially in this group alpha. For
Nongshim, I'm looking at Nongshim and Boom. I'm looking at both of these teams. If they do not make it through the groups here, guys, do not forget they will not have a chance to re-qualify into Ascension this year. You know, they want to make sure that they qualify to groups. So for Nongshim, I mean, losing this game to RRQ, it's rough when other teams like G-Heat have been able to upset them. They need to make sure they have their heads screwed on because both them and Boom are definitely in the danger zone here.
Yeah, and for those teams, as you mentioned, that means just so much more. There's just so much pressure on them, especially since there is potential that, hey, Pacific teams may change up. We're looking at our build diff again. Oh my god,
I'm not happy
just
today.
so...
I was happy, and then Francis, I mean, that Harbor performance, to be fair, a lot of people do have him, so that one actually might not be so bad for me.
I had Francis who had a bad game. Even Cushy had a rough game on that Haven. He's on everybody's team, I
Cushy,
think.
yeah,
And
we
then
all have no idea.
I just don't want to say anything anymore.
You're making excuses.
I just don't. But
No.
hey, Ivy did me
Ivy
like
was
a
good.
lot of
That's great.
Ivy was a good pick.
Certified
Victoria
deadlock
taking
abuser.
the win there.
I'm not last.
Victoria, and
I am
then
hard
Masters, and then Mika. You're hard last. I'm
That's
fourth.
terrible from
Whoa.
me.
Man, I got owned today.
Oh,
Fair
no.
enough.
Yes. I'm not last.
You're happy.
That's all I
Yeah,
need.
well
That's
done.
all I need. Okay.
These standings are gonna be
That's
crazy though. Okay. Victoria's surpassed you.
She's overtaken me now.
This is tight. Double digits,
She got
Mika!
double
Yes!
digits.
You can do a victory
Give it
lap
up,
if you want.
give
You
it
can do a
up, give it
victory
up.
lap.
Yes.
Well done.
I did it. I did it.
Closer.
Huge
Yeah.
from you.
Come back at this stage too. It's happening for sure. I feel okay. I feel happy. Yeah.
Nice.
I did good by me.
I can see the pain behind that smile.
I hate you guys so much. We are going into our third day for this week, and we have DRX taking on Team Secret tomorrow, and Boom and PRX.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret are well known to be able to sneak wins against these very, very strong teams, so big upset potential there. And then, of course, Boom really playing for their lives now. They need to get some wins.
DRX are looking susceptible, and Team Secret are an enigma at the moment. You know, they're swapping up a lot of different things. They've already got some cheeky upsets under their belt. Totally agree with Boom, though. They are winless, and the staring down the barrel of PRX is not the position that you want to be in. They need to turn around their form. I feel like I say that every time before every Boom game. They need to turn around their form. We'll see if that happens tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, strange things have happened here in Pacific. Maybe stranger things still tomorrow, but you'll have to tune in to find out as we head into our final day for this week. So don't miss it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Tucked in position here in mid. Widely goes unread. And now they're just scaling forward. Full scatter here. ZETA Division not knowing what was hitting them from any angle. Izu lost the sauce, doesn't know where the hell he's looking. Slides around the backside of market, finding one, finding two. Spike now on the floor, spots out the last player and will massacre them. That's a very weird round, but T1 get up 7-3. Looking electric to close out the map. And T1 will take this series 2-0.
They're going to be the ones trying to play for retake.
The Prowler, Overdrive is delivering. We do absolutely everything and cannot make it happen. The Sonic Sensor now the send. They're all lined up! Monyan trying frantically to make something happen, but that's going to be Crazy Guy by himself put down. Too many players there. Jemkin, however, really starting to whittle away his options as far as where the players could be, and that's going to be 3 now collected. That is going to be a flawless anti-eco here from RRQ. Work their way back into this one if they want to try to commit that ultimate, but never mind. Persia immediately eliminated. Wall going to be sent. Tommy going to be caught. You can tell that the comfort is just not going to be there. RRQ, they pull off a flawless 13-3. Absolute domination here by RRQ on Icebox. They secure the win.